It's Week 13 of the 2024 season, and we'll see Jameis Winston. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Elks and the Redwoods, and it's all up next.
It's time for some football, everybody. Are you ready for the latest installment? It's the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome, everybody watching at home. Maybe you're waiting in a shouting line somewhere. Pick us up one, would you? I'm Kate Scott, joined here by Brock Heward. And Brock, if our 3 games yesterday weren't enough, fear not, we've got another game now on Black Friday, in addition to the schedule that started back in the 2023 season.
It's got to be one of the more challenging games to play. Not only, Kate, does it still feel like a holiday game, You're actually coming off Thanksgiving celebrations in the hotel yesterday and watching everybody else play. I'm kind of curious here, as things start out, who starts slow? Who's able to handle some of this adversity?
Ball is teed up, Chase McLaughlin to do the honors. And we're underway in Salt Lake City. Ty Chandler to return. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. Bringing him out to #1 pick in 2015, a former league leader in passing. It's Jameis Winston.
A win is a win for him, whether he goes for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns, Kate, or maybe he just finds the end zone once like last week. And being the team-first guy he is, he'd be more than happy to end the game with just 1 touchdown pass, or maybe even no touchdown passes, so long as they get the win in the end.
And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on first down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for second down. And the 3rd and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. A new set of downs awaits him. Here's 1st and 10. Throwing now, off play action. That's complete, David Njoku. It's a gain of 29 yards. And they're going to have a 1st down.
You know what I like about that, Kate? I like that they're not coming out slow. They're willing to go with some looks here that will yield big yardage down the field instead of just settling for dinking and dunking the ball.
First down, ball at the 36. Winston. Got a man, it's Njoku. And they bring him down. Looks like he got it to the 27.
The goal of running that drag route is to get it to him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. They picked up a good chunk, and there was nearly room to add even more.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. First time this game they've looked to him. But still plenty of options left on 3rd and short. Winston looking to throw. That's into the hands of Moore. And his short gain gets them a new set of downs.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
They'll throw it again. And he just hucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 24-yard line.
Shotgun snap, looking to throw. They bring the pressure, down he goes! And that pushes him back, 3rd down coming up.
All right, 1st sack on the board on the 1st drive as a defense, and now, well, now we let the chess match begin, the adjustments begin, because we know pressure leads to sacks, and sacks in this league often leads to wins.
So not an enviable spot here as they come up on 3rd and very long. Here's Winston. He's in trouble, and they bring him down again. And consecutive sacks have them staring at a tough fourth down. The Elks lining up in punt formation. And he's got a good chance to really stick him deep his first time out. Surprisingly had to punt 5 times in last week's win, and he sends this away. So here comes this offense as they get set for their opening drive. And bringing them out, a fourth-year quarterback and capable dual-threat producer from Ohio State's Justin Fields.
There's still lots of people around the NFL that believe that Justin Fields' best football's in front of them. Major believers of him as an upper-tier quarterback. And the reason why, Kate, is he's got physical traits that are just unique and different. He can run it like a running back, and he can spin a football as well. In fact, that running ability is some of the best in the game. But just continuing to build and refine his game as a passer between the tackles, that will be the key to the longevity of his career.
After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. A tight end in motion now. On 2nd down, here's McCaffrey. And this almost ended worse, but he gets a yard out of it. Tackle there from Dalvin Tomlinson. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. They stick with McCaffrey. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
That's one of those plays, Kate, as an offense, it just sticks with you a little bit. It bothers you that you just can't convert on a very manageable down and distance. And on the other side, it sure gives you some confidence defensively to get off the field.
On now comes the punt team for the Redwoods. And I imagine they were hoping they wouldn't need to bring him out so soon into this game. He's got this at the 27. And some nice running on that return. He gets it up past the 35. That one an impressive 57-yard kick. And they'll get ready to go on offense. Markers reset, ball at the 37. They'll start the drive with Singletary. And he's only going to take this forward to about the 38. Only gets a yard there to make it 2nd and 9.
A gain of a yard brings up 2nd and 9.
Throwing is Winston. He'll get this one to Brown. He gets forward, and that's about 4 yards. C.J. Gardner-Johnson there on the tackle. It's the end of the first in this AFC West showdown. Hopefully no shortage of excitement coming up in the second. Take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back. We're all set to start the second. Offense already out to resume its drive. Shotgun now on 3rd down. Everyone's out there, so let's get things restarted. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. Pick up a 5 on that play, and they'll have 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 47-yard line.
Winston to throw it. Hits him on the out route. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. 2nd down now, 7 to go.
Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 49-yard line.
On the counter, Singletary.
Devin Singletary, the ball carrier.
You know, that's so hard for me, Kate. That's the type of effort that deserves better when it comes to the results. It's going to show up as a negative run on the stat sheet, but that was not the runner's fault. He did all he could to fight to get back to the line, but this defense just kept swarming.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up 4th down.
To get home and hit an impact quarterback at this level, well, typically you got to do what this defense is doing, and that's keeping an offense off balance. Change up your looks, rotate your personnel, throw in some wrinkles, and once again, go hit that quarterback.
So once again, J.K. Scott out to punt it away. And this will be his 2nd effort of the contest. And the fair catch made here at the 15. The Redwoods are headed back out on offense as we get a look at Christian McCaffrey. And as we work our way through November, you see here he's the leader league-wide right now in rushing touchdowns. On the ground to begin the drive with McCaffrey. And he'll go down after pushing this up to the 29. A nice gain of 13 yards as it brings up a first down.
It's got to be so demoralizing as a defense when you go up against a running back who just keeps those legs churning like a piston in an engine, and that effort's contagious. This entire offense is getting a boost, and he busts those tackles.
Doesn't get much beyond the line, a yard at most. Greg Greenlaw getting there for the stop. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Going run again with McCaffrey. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try.
Oh, and the rush is too much. He's taken down. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down.
Pretty even match in this first half, and you're just kind of waiting. Right? You just kind of try to get a feel for which defense is going to come to life. And when you get that sack, that could go a long way to infusing some energy on that side of the ball.
Torrey Taylor getting set to punt it once again. And he's going to effort this from his own goal line. He sends this away, and oh, this is going to be a field flipper. Has it at the 37. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. Fakes the handoff, now to throw. Throw wheeled in by Njoku. And he's going to be drugged down, looks like at that 37-yard line. It's a gain of 19 on the play. And that'll be a first down.
1st and 10 at the 37-yard line.
Shotgun snap, they're gonna throw. Hauled in by Gray. And they take him down right along the 30.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, you just find a way to get him the ball.
Putting the tight end in motion. They are throwing it again. He has it at the 5! And they'll advance this down to the 5-yard line. Signals, and looks like we've got a timeout before that first down play. And this time they're going to get there, and they drop him. Before we can get a snap on 2nd down, they call timeout. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half.
And look at that. All that effort and success from the previous play, it is gone. Credit to this defense who snapped and cleared. That's part of this game. You got to snap and clear. Give up a big play, come back and make a big one for yourself. And they do, getting home that sack.
Targets have far less room to work in this red zone, Brock, but down this close as a former quarterback, I'm just going to assume you got to feel like he should have been able to hold on through whatever.
Yeah, and every once in a while you get in that huddle and you remind them, now listen, guys, it's going to be contested. We know this. It's a physical game, all 100 yards up and into the red zone. And
he will take this in. Touchdown! The Elks take the lead just before halftime. David Njoku, the touchdown. So, Brock, this offense starting to find its rhythm a bit as they finish things with a touchdown there to give them the lead.
And the key word there that you said is finish, because you want to have that mindset, even in early in the game, that field goals aren't going to cut it. So that's great work to make sure they finish with 6 points.
Cam Little to try the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. And after they reach the end zone, they'll kick it off and turn things over to the defense. Return coming from the 6. This return makes it up to the 25. Well, we've already seen some nice plays here, and we're going to see plenty more before this game ends. But you might be thinking, with plays like that, my guys' ratings should be better. Well, you're not alone. You got a chance to let the Madden Ratings Hotline know just what you're thinking. Give them a call, 1-844-MADDEN-1, and make your case for who should get a boost. This will be caught by Adams. Prior to first down, they decide to call a timeout. Out of the shotgun, Fields. That's complete, Cole Kmet. And it's a nice little chunk here, 6 yards. That tackle made by Tremaine Edmonds. Shotgun snap to Fields. Kmet brings it in. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Another throw for Fields. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means fourth down coming up.
I think in a situation like that, 3rd and inches, defense is certainly thinking stop the run first, but that's well done defensively. Not a problem for them to adapt and get into the right coverage and now force a critical 4th down.
So this one will go out of bounds, and they'll start the drive inside their own 30. We will not get another play here, Brock. That's to an E. Time's going to run out on the half. We've reached our halftime intermission with the Elks taking a lead into the locker room here in Salt Lake City. Now we'll send things over to Orlando, Florida. Jonathan Coachman on standby, ready to deliver the EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. We'll get back to you and Brock in just a moment. But first, let's give everybody a look at what's coming up later this weekend around the NFL. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where you see the final score there. Jalen Hurts, outstanding again as his guys up their record to 10-2 now on the year. Plenty to like about the late afternoon games as well. As you see by the highlight, these guys are in for a battle, taking on what should be a very tough opponent. In the first half, it was the veteran Jameis Winston just doing his thing. His touchdown pass is the only score of the game thus far, as his guys hold a 7-0 lead to this point.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the 3rd quarter. This return starts at the 5. And great starting field position here as they bring him down beyond the 40. The Redwoods returning their offense and this running back to the field. And he is the NFL leader in rushing yards as we work through November. He's hoping an excellent season can continue as such here. Fields on first down. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. That's one he knows he should have had. So it's 2nd down coming up. Fields out of the gun. On target to his back, here's Christian McCaffrey. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. To the line we go. They're set, 1st and 10. Play action, Fields. Oh, put some heat on this deep ball, left side. And this is going to end up incomplete. He really aired it out there on first down, but just couldn't make the connection. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. They'll start the 2nd half with McCaffrey. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
That's got to be so frustrating for the runner. You're fighting the good fight. He even ripped through a tackle to stay afloat, but the blocking can't buy you enough time or room to even get back to the line of scrimmage.
Fields on 3rd. Bails out of the pocket quick. He'll make a bid for it on the ground. And they get there to take him down right around the 41.
Tick, 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 tick. You know, his internal clock right there told him it was time to escape, and good thing he listened to it. He was able to make something out of nothing and at least move them forward.
On to try the field goal now, Chase McLaughlin. It's a deep shot for him from that left hash. And that one is not where he needed it to be. It is off and no good. And the deficit stays at 7.
Well, once you get out beyond 50 yards, everything in the process has got to be perfect. It's a good effort, but it's going to wind up off the mark.
Now this offense ready to head back out. First and 10, ball set up at the 48. Now an inside give to Singletary. And he'll come up with a gain of 3 on the run up the middle.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
We'll have him gain up about a handful there. Foley, Fatukasi there to make the stop. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Now stick with Singletary. And they bring him down, but there's a flag on the field. Well, partner, they say there's holding on every play. You just got to look for it, right? That time, though, we did not have to look too hard. They're going to throw it on 3rd and long. And this is going to be incomplete. Great-looking catch, but he lost track of that sideline and went out of bounds. We've got 4th down.
There's the importance of staying in phase as a defender. He was all over him in coverage, and that really did help force the incompletion.
Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. And that hit at the 5, but got the bounce it needed to reach the end zone for a touchback. This offense getting all set for this series. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. First down throw for Fields. That throw finds Komet. This is ahead for about 5. Tackle made by Jaquan Brisker. Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Looking to throw Fields. Got a man. McCaffrey has it. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. They're now set for 1st and 10. Here's Fields to throw. An alert play defensively there. He got a hand on it to tip it away. That makes it 2nd down. Trying an inside give now with McCaffrey. And he gets it forward to steal about a yard out of that. That tackle made by Tremaine Edmonds. So a tough spot now. This is 3rd and 9. Back to throw. Here's Fields. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he's tackled for a short gain.
I call this quarterback's best friend. Some call it a safety valve, some call it automatic, but it's sure nice as a quarterback when you got a trusty running back over the middle of the field that you could depend on.
And something on the return, but not much, as it still ends inside the 20. It's a 61-yard punt that time. And they're going to take over possession. They bring a tight end in motion right. Winston now. That one complete to Njoku. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. All right, set now, 1st and 10.
First and 10 at the 31-yard line.
To throw, here's Winston. Finds his man, Gray. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stopped. Well, the defense is really buckled down. That was a scoreless 3rd quarter for us. It's still just a 1-score game as we resume play in the 4th. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. From the gun, a carry by Singletary. And he's going to get stopped right around the 45-yard line. He picks up 15 on the play. And that gives them the first.
First and 10 at the 45-yard line.
Winston looking to throw. Completed over the middle. And they make this stop, we're going to say, at about the 37-yard line.
It takes a certain level of fearlessness, craziness to work over the middle of the field in this league. You're fighting through guys as you go, and all the while you know you could take a lick at any time.
And this one doesn't go far. Call it no gain, maybe one at best on that play. That leaves them with 3rd and 2.
Brings up 3rd down and 2.
Here's Singletary again. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
To be a stud back in this league, it takes more than just checking the athletic boxes. There's an IQ, a feel, a patience and craftiness required, along with just tremendous vision. He showed all of it navigating that run up the middle.
Trying to throw here out of the gun. Pass caught, 9-yard line. And he's in, touchdown. The Elks go up by 2 scores, 13 points in the 4th. David Njoku, the touchdown. His 2nd scoring catch of the game. I should know this by now, Brock. I don't know if you're a Broadway guy, but there's a lot of names that belong on the playbill for this lead we've got here, but his name belongs on the marquee as he brings in his 2nd touchdown grab.
Yeah, a bunch of contributors all throughout this roster. No, not a Broadway guy. And with 2 scores now, it's what, a 2-score game?
Yep.
Easy to see he's been one of the key actors throughout.
Appreciate the honesty. That one right down the middle. And the Elks double their lead to 14. Following the touchdown, they'll kick it back and see what the opposition has in store. Return starts at the 3. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. Now outruns their offense to take over. And I'm sure they're tired of bringing out the punter, Brock. They're hopefully going to give him some rest this time around and find some points to go after that lead. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Draw play, this is McCaffrey. And he only manages one, couple of defenders there to bring him down. Offense in the hurry up here. A pistol snap, Fields. Into the hands of Tyler Lockett. And he crosses the sideline a yard or 2 beyond, it looks like the 30. 3rd down, 1 yard to go. Now it's Fields. Complete beyond the marker. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Working quickly here. This time they're going to get there, and they drop him. Offense up to the line fast. Another try following the sack. This ball's cut by McCaffrey. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. Now after that play, we've got somebody shaken up, and you don't want to see serious injury in the midst of their playoff push. He's being looked at here. This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. Out of the shotgun, Fields. He's going to push one deep down the right.
Read and react, read and react, read and react. Got to read where the quarterback's eyes are going. You got to react as he begins to throw to get to a spot and knock it away.
Desperation time here on 4th. And that was probably their last gasp. It's intercepted. And the Elks will take over as he records his 1st interception of our season. Wow, an aggressive choice to go for it on 4th and that kind of distance. And an equally aggressive play in coverage to pick that pass off.
Yeah, that down and distance, you're not running it, right? Too far to get to the stick, so that defense had all eyes on the quarterback. They knew that pass was coming. And it's one thing to know it, it's another thing to execute it and go take it away. That's a big momentum swing for this defense.
The Elks and Jameis Winston ready to go once again on offense. And as we see some of the highlights from their showing, his work a big part of why they're in front right now. Having a nice, solid game as their offensive leader. I think we can say he's had a firm grip on the wheel and has really driven them to this advantage. Let's see how they attack this 1st down, Brock, from the 43. They give up the gut to Singletary. And they get him down after a quality pickup to about the 36. Ooh, after that play, we can tell he's hurting. He's someone they need to help their playoff hopes. Training staff working on him now. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. They'll run it with Singletary. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. 5 yards on that play and enough for a new set of downs. So we're down to the 2-minute warning here from Salt Lake. Elks ready to pick up their 8th win of the season. They've got first down from the 31. Handoff running left. Here's Singletary. And that run very short, only getting to the 27. So after the 2-minute warning, another stoppage here. The defense is calling time. 1:55 to go. The 2nd down run by Singletary. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. And right away, we get a timeout from the defense. 1:51 to go. From the gun on 3rd down. He intercepts it. That is exactly what they needed. Picked off by Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Well, no doubt there was some doom and gloom on the sideline following their interception, right? But a little bit of new life now as their defense picks him up, gets it right back for him.
Hey, I am all for a nice little game of one-upmanship between these two defenses. You picked our guy off, fine. We'll answer right away. See how you follow that up.
The offense getting set to go. They are coming off their first interception of the game. This drive now a chance to rebuild some confidence. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. Completed here to Komet. He's going to go out of bounds up past the 15. Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. Shotgun snap to Fields. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up. Looking to throw it. And even on 3rd down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be 4th down.
So many coaches love 3rd downs, and they practice them so much, Kate. Why? Because they're the money down in the NFL. Whether it's a close game or already out of hand, coaches know.
And they get to him and haul him down. What a play, forcing the sack, and that should just about put a bow on this one.
I think every analytics book out there, Kate, said you got to go for it. You're in 4-down territory, down a couple scores here in the 4th. But now it's all about the defense. Can the defense come with a quick turnover or a stop to somehow, some way, spark a comeback?
The offense headed back to the field. And Brock, they're in a spot where they can just kneel this thing out, even though the one timeout does remain defensively. A touchdown all but gifted to them here as they take over 1st and goal. Here's Singletary. And he drives forward for a little, maybe to the 7. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. Ball placed at the 7. It's 2nd and goal. Trying again, Singletary. And he runs this one in for the touchdown. The Elks make it a 3-score game in the 4th. Devin Singletary with the touchdown. So an exclamation point there. That caps off what, and I think you'd agree, Brock, has been a dominating performance.
Yeah, I would. Really in all phases, too. You know, I thought coming in that this would be a much closer game than how it's turned out to be. And you got to give credit where it's due. This offense has been outstanding throughout.
That one splits the uprights. And the Elks stretch their lead to 21. Now after the touchdown, they'll kick it back and see what the opposition can do. Returning it from the 4. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Here comes their offense out again. And this game might be going better if he could have some more time just to work back there. This pass rush has been all over them. Really keeps taking this offense out of any grooves that they've managed to get into.
Okay, I like to say in life there's energy givers and there's energy vampires.
Yeah.
And for this defense, these sacks right here, they're such energy givers. And man, it's like a vampire sucking the juice out of an offense.
Yeah, I love that. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line. 2nd and 3. He's got the hook up to Adams. Juke the defender. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. Fits it through the middle. Touchdown, Vegas. I think we actually saw him call it early there, Brock. He made that throw, and then he signaled it was gonna be a touchdown. Like a guy calling it before his three-pointer goes through the net.
Oh, you mean like Larry Legend Bird?
Ooh.
In the three-point shooting contest in the 80s?
Or maybe like a
know,
Tyrese Maxey, you know, but whatever.
Well, the kids aren't alive, I get it. And they weren't alive in the 80s. They didn't see Larry Legend do it, but he did. And he anticipated, just like the quarterback.
That one right down the middle. And the Redwoods get it back to a 14-point game. Do they get their own kickback? Yes! What a play! Well, Brock, you can't blame him with how tough it is to recover an onside kick anymore, but he did hit it before it went 10 yards, so they had to throw the flag. Victory formation here. Looks like they're going to take a knee on first down. With the win in hand, they'll take the knee, let this clock run out.
Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And I doubt they're going to be doing much shopping today, Brock. Probably more ice baths and relaxation ahead after getting the victory on this Black Friday. So that'll do it for this one. With Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. The Elks are winners as we say so long from Salt Lake City.
It's the NFL on EA Sports. And coming up, we'll see Derek Carr. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Caps and the Blues, and it's coming right up on EA Sports.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks for joining us, football fans. I'm Kate Scott, joined in the booth by my partner, Brock Hewitt. And this week, Brock, got one group coming in off a win, another off that well-earned bye. Should make for a really energetic game. I'm wondering if you think one has the advantage of the play.
Well, I'd like to know how every single body feels down there, but we don't. My guess is they're all hurting a little bit because once you get past the opener, you're never quite 100%. So I typically will lean with the team coming off a win. You feel good about yourself. You feel good in your preparation. But yeah, that healthy team.
Will Reichert has it all teed up. And we're off from Columbus. Starting from the 5. He stopped on the return at the 27. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. Bringing him out, coming off one of his best seasons as a pro, an MVP runner-up finish in year number 9, Dak Prescott.
As a QB in this league, if you're going to finish a game with no touchdowns on that side of the stat sheet, well, you better finish it with no interceptions as well. Even if last week was an uneventful contest for him throwing the football, he did what he needed to do to help them come away with the most important stat, the win.
And he's short of the first after a mild gain. So off our first snap, we already have a pause for injury. One of the linebackers out there in some discomfort and being checked on. 2nd and 6 coming up here. From the 31. Avoid some trouble there. And like an empty wrapper, he just throws that one away. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Dak out of the pistol. He's got top. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up 4th down.
Every defense in this league is going to sign up for a 3-and-out to begin a ball game. But to send them off the field, to really add that extra tone setter by backing them up with a sack, well, that's the cherry on top of that 3-and-out.
And he can't evade the coverage team for much. They stop him before he gets really anything on that return. So they come on offense now, ready for their opening drive. Leading them out in year 11. He's played 15 or more games every season in the league. A real Iron Man, Derek Carr.
As you take the field coming off of a real late season bye, you just want to maximize what last week was all about. Making sure that physically, mentally, emotionally, you're recharged so you can go attack the final stretch of this season.
He's only going to manage to get back to the line. That's Matthew Judon in on the tackle.
Defense all over that throw. You could just smell it. They just smelled that football coming their way, and that's as good as an incompletion. And they're going to be in a good spot. Suck it down coming up.
And he'll go down after pushing this up to the 29. Drive in dire straits. It's 3rd and 9. From the shotgun, Carr. He's got the first down grab and still going. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They get 20 yards out of the play and move the chains.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips and cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
Throwing on 1st down, it's Carr. That's a catch, Jackson Smith-Njigba. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. They get 22 on that one, and it'll give him a 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 29-yard line.
Spears trying this straight ahead. And his effort results in maybe 2 yards, but nothing more.
I think one thing you learn, Kate, when you transition from college to the NFL, not every run is going to be a big play. Some of them, well, they're just destined to end in a minimal gain, and some of them will set up that critical play action for later.
And finds his man. It's Fought off a tackle, but he lost the football. Scooped up by the defense. And they stop him before he gets much on the return. Oh, he was fighting like mad to stay up, Brock. Extend that run, but we all know it also creates the opportunity to do what we just saw. Force a fumble. So do you knock him there? Do you applaud the effort? Maybe a little bit of both?
Yeah, probably a little both. A little pat on the butt, but a little reminder that ball security is job security.
The Blues and quarterback Dak Prescott ready to get back to work. And they've been willing to both call runs for him and let him ad-lib as he sees fit. He's top 5 for rushing yards by a quarterback this season. And he's brought down for a loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
Back-to-back carries here. He's foray up the middle, and that's about 3. Tackle made by Jawan Bentley. It's 3rd and 8. Need to get a chunk here. Prescott here from the gun. Escapes the puck, and a stunning loss there, Brock. He ends up in his own end zone. That is a wild safety. I thought we were coming here to call an NFL game today, partner, but this has me smelling peanuts and hot dogs. This is starting more like a baseball game. We got a 2-0 score here, still in the first.
Kind of like a little pitcher's duel, too, right? I mean, just one of these games, and if it starts this way, who knows where it goes from here, but I do know this. It's a confidence builder for a defense. When a defense can go out there and not just get a stop, but put points on the board, man, does that usually infuse them with energy to come.
And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. So here comes this offense for its 2nd series of the game. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Shotgun handoff now for Spears. And that's good for a gain of 5. Tackled on the play by Marlon Humphrey. Give him 5 on that carry, bringing up 2nd and 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5.
From the 38. Pass into the hands of Dalton Kincaid. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. He manages a gain of 8 there. And it'll give him a 1st down. New set of downs for him from the 46.
46-yard line.
Carr with it on 1st. Gets this to Kincaid. And he's out of bounds after getting this one to the opposing 45-yard line. We're a quarter of the way through on this chilly winter afternoon. We've got a close one here. More coming up after this quick break. We're back, and we'll join this drive already in progress to begin quarter 2. They're looking at 2nd and pretty short. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Spears running behind center. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
It's after plays like these, Kate, I love to study the body language. What is that offense doing after getting stuffed inside on a run like that? And more importantly, how much does it energize that defense?
So a punt coming up on 4th down, and it's against Belgium native Corliss Waitman with the honors. Back out runs their offense. And their last drive reached the wrong end zone and equaled 2 points. So trying for the other end zone and 6 on this possession. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. And he'll take it up to the 30 before being brought down.
I think that's a case where the defense, well, you forgot to account for the fullback. And I know why. Because they rarely get touches. And boy, do they rarely make big plays like that to the 2nd level.
Hit some space around midfield. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It goes as a pickup of 37 yards, and it sets up first down.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
An alert play defensively there. He got a hand on it to tip it away. That makes it second down. Throwing again is Dak. Finds his man. It's Rashad Bateman. And he pushes this down to the 22-yard line. They'll keep this drive moving and come to the line for 1st and 10. Motioning the tight end now. Another throw for Prescott. Throws into heavy traffic, and it's intercepted. Jordan Battle with the INT.
The best defenses, you can go look at it through the decades, are built from the inside out. And that's not just stopping the run on the inside out. That's playing your coverage from the inside out. That's a beautiful job by the defense of taking away the middle of the field, getting that interception, and setting their offense up for success.
The Caps sending their offense and Tajay Spears out there. And you know who the ball is going to when they reach the red zone. He's currently top 5 across the NFL in rushing scores this season. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Carr. It's caught. This is Tajay Spears. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5.
At the 16-yard line.
Carr here from the gun. Finds Smith and Jigba. And he's going to reach his own 20 before stepping out. 3rd and just 2 to go.
It's a gain of 4. Makes it 3rd and 2.
Carr off the play fake. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Hit arrived as the ball did to break things up. So they're going to have to evaluate things now on 4th and short. Corliss Waitman out there again to punt this away. Got 46 on his first punch, and this one's pushing a little more distance. And little to nothing on that return as the coverage team gets to him. 58 yards on the punt there. And it'll be their football. Their offense running back out now. And a nice drive last time out, Brock, squandered by that interception. So I think they take a repeat of everything except that final play. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And he drives ahead for good yardage up to the 45. It's an 8-yard pickup, and they're going to have 2nd and 2 next.
Yeah, I know you can read your partner right now, Kate. You know I'm smiling because that was a callback to the early days of football when fullbacks, not running backs, they were the one that led the ground game. He didn't stop at a yard or two, He ripped off a nice chunk for them right there.
From the 45 on 2nd down. Finds him over the middle. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. It's a pickup of 33 yards. And that'll give him a 1st down.
Just excellent effort on that catch and a lightning quick transition from bringing that football in to getting vertical. He was not content for a second to end that play where he caught it. Any catch he makes, his intent is to put some serious yards on top of it.
1st down, here's Dak. Snared by the running back. Here's Trey Benson. And he stopped just before he reaches the red zone at the 21.
Kate, I don't know why every once in a while I'll get these little flashbacks, but a little play like that just flashes me back to the preseason, my first preseason. When one of the veteran QBs said, hey, Brock, whatever you do, just find completions. You will never go broke taking a profit. Go get a completion. They're at a premium in this league.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. Dak throwing again. It's another first half mistake. He's intercepted again. Jordan Battle with the Okay, Brock, now back-to-back drives where they have picked him off. That's got to be a worrying trend for these coaches who know how integral the passing game is to their game plan and their success.
Those poker players, the best of them, when they figure out a tell, they know exactly how to beat their opponent. This defense right now, they're reading this quarterback like a book.
Their offense headed out now. Not much time left before the half. They're up by just 2, so you have to think they just want to get to the locker room. They're out and set. 1st and 10. On the handoff, this is Spears. And into a sea of bodies he goes. Looks like they'll get about 3 out of it. 2nd down now, 7 to go. Throwing with a blitz on the way. Finds Kincaid. And not much doing. He stopped quickly.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
Looking at a tough spot to punt it away if this 3rd down is unsuccessful. Carr setting to throw. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
You know, it's a point of emphasis in practice each and every week, no matter where we go. How are we going to attack the coverage on 3rd down? Well, they chose the wrong play off that call sheet that time.
Gets this one away from a tough spot, backed up inside the end zone. Fair catch called for and taken just beyond midfield. No return on that punt. And it's going to be their football coming up. 1st and 10, ball set up at the 48. Looking to throw here and shake off that previous INT. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. You go middle of the field against zone coverage, Brock. You know this firsthand. You are throwing into rush hour, and there aren't a lot of easy completions to be found in that part of the field.
Yeah, and a lot of those throws, Kate, you're signing your guy up to take some sort of hit. It's on you to protect your guys. Credit that defense for flying around and making the play.
Here's a give up the middle. And he's not going to get much. A modest gain at best to the 41. Timeout taken by the offense. Their 2nd. A.J. Cole on the punt. And he wants to hit his 2nd effort just as well as he hit his 1st. And this one did hit at the 8, but took a big bounce and finished its journey in the end zone for a touchback. Well, no pushing the envelope, it appears, in what remains of this 1st half. He's going to take a knee and watch that time run out here. So we've reached halftime with the Caps holding the advantage here in Columbus. Now we'll get you down to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman is waiting to deliver the EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll begin out in the capital of Utah, Salt Lake City, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Jameis Winston, sharp in the victory, as his guys double up their records at 8-4 on the year. Next, we head off to check out another game. And as you see, they were losers earlier this afternoon. Jalen Hurts, outstanding again, as his guys up their record to 10-2 now on the year. With that, the two squads are headed out of the tunnel. So let's get you back out to Kate Scott and Brock Heward.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the 3rd quarter. Has this at the 6. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Carr to the air now. Coleman with the grab. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a first down.
I love throwing on first down. And when you see a first down pass just like that, it's taking advantage of a matchup you planned for, and you go out and execute.
A jolt to start that drive. They're up near the 45-yard line. Now the shotgun give to Spears. And they'll surrender just a lone yard. That brings up second down.
You know, not a ton of yards, but still showing that commitment to the ground game. The type of run that keeps the defense from loading up in coverage and focusing entirely on that passing game.
And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped on his own side at the 49. It'll be a gain of 5. They still need 4 on third down. They bring the tight end in motion. Carr with it on third and short. Complete beyond the marker. And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop. A 9-yard gain and good for a first down. Here's Carr. Connection made to Coleman. And they make the stop. We're going to say at about the 37-yard line. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. From the 37. Catch made right side by Coleman. And they can't bring him down until he gets into that red zone at the 19. They get 18 yards out of it and a new set of downs.
I'm sure Coach, play caller, doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
Running back sent in motion. Throwing again, it's Carr. This is hauled in by Atwell. And this play reaches the 12-yard line before the stop is made. 2nd and 3 now.
Brings up 2nd and 3 at the 12-yard line.
From the shotgun, Carr. He brings it in. And that short gain is enough for a new set of downs. This offense in position now. It's 1st and goal.
1st and goal at the 9-yard line.
A handoff to Spears. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4. It's a pickup of 5, and that brings up 2nd and goal.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and goal.
Looking to throw, Carr. And the connection made in the end zone. Touchdown! The Caps grow the lead coming out of halftime. Well, they definitely wanted to get that one out quick, Brock. They did just that, and it ends in 6.
We hear it all the time, but it is so true, Kate. This is a game about matchups, and when you see a throw that quick, it really was determined pre-snap. It was great design and tremendous execution.
That one splits the uprights. And the Caps push the lead to 2 scores now. Here's Reichert set to kick this away. Brings in the kick at the 9. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. The Blues ready for their next series, led out on offense by their quarterback. And as we can see here, it hasn't been the easiest game for him to operate out there, right? Number of rough moments for him. This defense able to pick him off twice to highlight their performance against him. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Off the play fake, it's Prescott. Brought in right side. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. 2nd and 3 now. Running right, it's Madison. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
What was supposed to move the chains, or at least make third down easier to handle instead, did the exact opposite here, Kate. Now makes this third down a whole lot trickier to figure out.
Prescott now on third down. Short pass caught by his tight end. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They get 22 on that one. And they're going to have a first down. Dak off the play fake. Hauled in by Rice. And they're going to bring him down at the 36. This is the end of the third quarter. This one not out of reach quite yet, but it is a two-score game to begin the fourth. First down, ball at the 36. From the gun is Prescott. That one's cut along the left sideline. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. That one goes for 25 yards. And they'll have first down.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only one? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
First and 10, Prescott. Splits a couple of defenders and completes it. And in for the touchdown. All right, so the offense does its job, Brock. Now they need their defense to give them a chance to overcome that big deficit.
The momentum in the building's clearly changed. We can feel it here in the booth, but you're right. It's now up to the defense to make a stop and give them a chance.
Justin Tucker to try the point after. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Blues cut the lead down to just 2. We're down to a 2-point difference as they send the kick away. This return starts at the 5. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Their offense ready to take the field now. Their lead cut down inside a field goal, so points imperative here to get some breathing room. Now Spears. And they beat him to the edge. That run stopped back at the line. We've got a break in the action. Looks like someone was shaken up on the play. Medical personnel out now to attend to him. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. They're going to stay on the ground with Spears. And this defense continuing to erase the ground game. This one stopped at the line. 3rd and 10. Can this offense get it done? Working out of the gun, it's Carr. He's going to loft one deep to the left.
I know a DB in the stat sheet loves to see INT and not PBU, but as soon as he realized a pick wasn't possible, he does the next best thing and knocks it away.
4th down, and on comes the punt team, and the kick's away. And he's hit before he can get anything on that return. So no return on that punt. And they'll get ready to go on offense. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Handoff now out of the gun. And he's going to be brought down up at the 28-yard line. It's a 4-yard pickup, and that's going to bring up 2nd and 6. Play action, Prescott. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
Kate, I've seen a one-step drop. I've seen a 3, a 5, a 7. Some of the boots and play actions get more depth, but a 20-step drop? That's not going to cut it, except for this defense that just adds a whole bunch of negative yards to that play.
Let's see what they went with on third down. Looking to throw. Searches from the pocket. No luck finding his receiver that time. So that brings up 4th and long.
Well, that's one you chalk up to the pressure earning that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target, hit him, altered that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. Jukes out a one-stop. And he gets his guys a few yards before they bring him down on the return. The kicking team got downfield quickly there. He didn't manage much on the return. And the offense ready to head back out onto the field. They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Carr here from the gun. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
Yeah, this is a time where offensively you got to regroup. You got to get in that huddle. You know, and quarterback is the most important leadership position. Everyone's looking at you. And as a QB, after taking a sack like that, golly, you got to flush it, instill some confidence, and move this ball forward.
Let's see what they dial up on a 2nd and very long. Now a give to Spears. And he's brought down after a short gain. It was the rookie from LSU that time on the tackle.
Brings up 3rd down.
We're down to the 2-minute warning here in Columbus. Caps up by just a couple of points. So not an enviable spot here as they come up on 3rd and very long. They run once more with Spears. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. So quickly the defense burns a timeout here. 1:57 remaining in the game. Here's the Caps punt team now. And he sends this away. Definitely his best kick of the game thus far. And he'll get under this one and make the fair catch at the 19-yard line. That punt goes unanswered. No return there. And they'll begin this possession in just a moment. Back to throw. Finds him over the middle. And he's going to get this up to the 26 before being taken down.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for in 1st down. Textbook. It sets up 2nd and very manageable, and it creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down. Signals, and looks like we've got a timeout before that 1st down play. And they can take a moment to try to build more momentum after getting that first. New set of downs for him at the 38. Setting up to pass. This one is hit by a defender and winds up incomplete.
Hey, I know nobody's perfect, and all you have to do is listen to me and how many words I screw up. But you certainly expect those throws of that length to be 100%. They've got to be borderline automatic in this offense.
He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Ball and defender arrived at the exact same time there. And that's going to leave him with a tough 3rd and long. Throwing now. And this is going to be incomplete. Great looking catch, but he lost track of that sideline and went out of bounds. We've got 4th down.
The best of the best, they just have this intuition, Kate. They know where the boundary is without looking. This receiver's not quite at that level yet. He lost track of where he was, and he brought it in, but out of bounds.
Trying to push it deep downfield. He's got it inside the 10. And he flips the field for them before being taken down. Now, they've certainly got the field goal in their back pocket, but they're going to try for the touchdown first here and goal to go. They'll try and punch it in. And he's into the front for a gain of about 2. Timeout taken by the defense. Their 2nd. Ball placed at the 7. It's 2nd and goal. They're running again. And a bit of deja vu as they stop him at the line once again. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. So now, here's 3rd and goal. Third time's the charm. He gets it again. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
This is one of those plays that I wish we had the huddle mic'd up, Kate, because I can assure you that offensive line in their own way is telling that running back, sorry, we did not give you any chance.
Justin Tucker out for the field goal. A lot of pressure hovering over this kick. They're going to mark this as a 24-yarder. They call a timeout here. They've got the timeout, so with 5 seconds left, a kick could win this game. So now it all comes down to Justin Tucker. They're going to mark this as a 24-yarder. That one is good! And that, folks, is your game winner!
Well, I tell you what, you get to this time of the game, you've got to have that reliable kicker on the sideline to turn things over to. That's the definition of clutch right there as they take the lead.
So new kickoff rules. This is going to come out to the 30, not the 25 on the touchback.
At their own 30-yard line.
One final shot here. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. So for my partner, Brock Heward, and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott saying this has been the NFL on EA Sports. It's a win for the Blues, and we'll see you next time from Columbus.
It's Week 13 of the National Football League, and we'll see Jordan Love. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Voyagers and the Riverhawks, and it comes your way next on Madden Football.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome to another entertaining matchup, folks. Kate Scott, Brock Ewart on the call in this one. And Brock, got a couple of running backs down on the field who can really take over their offenses when they get in the groove.
And I think that's going to be the ultimate goal of both of these offenses, right? I mean, there's just no confusion about it. They want to get their bell cow in that groove and get them going. Find that rhythm where they're ripping off chunk yardage run after run and then just keep on feeding that beast. In a game like this, whichever offense could get that rhythm and run game going first is likely going to be your winner.
Lucky Week 13 is underway. Everyone hoping for some good fortune as we enter the home stretch. They'll have decent field position to begin with here. Brock, he's tackled just beyond that 30-yard line. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. Bringing them out, someone who wowed last year in his first chance as a starter, Jordan Love.
That's a loss last week, Kate, that he wears. He's worn it all week long, and I know he isn't the only guy out there. There's 11 on the side on every play, but a couple of interceptions, he's going to hold himself accountable. A lot of work's gone into making sure this week's game is an improvement on that.
Love going to air this out to start. This one's taken in by Otten. He gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. Jacoby Dean in on the tackle.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on first down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
Motion man sent left. Opening carry for Devon Achane. And he started to get through the lane before it closed. 3 yards there. Nick Bosa makes the stop. Chance to move the chains here on 3rd and 4. Love from the gun. Catch is made down the right sideline. It's a 21-yard gain. And that'll be a first down.
They've run this 12-yard out route, Kate, at the combine, well, all the way back to last century when I had to throw it. In this throw, this is a big boy throw. This is a differentiator. Can you make that deep out throw on time, on rhythm, and accurately? Well, that was teaching tape right there.
Out of this shotgun, a give to AJ. And he gets up for a gain of about 4.
He'll expect more from himself on those type of plays, but there is nobody that's going to complain about that one. If you can do math, 4 + 4 + 4 equals a first down.
Takes the handoff, now Love. And he just got it away before the hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd down and 6 yards to go.
Shotgun now for Love. He's on the move. He's running for it. They got 24 yards on the play. And that gives them the first.
Obviously, a defense wants to take away all the reads and prevent any kind of big throw for the first down. Fine. Well, this QB, he'll just lower his head and gash the defense with one of the biggest runs of the game.
First down throw, here's Love. This throw is caught. And they're going to get this down to the 4 before being stopped. This drive has been excellent. A few shots now. It's starting with 6 as they come up on it. 1st and goal. Love out of the shotgun. And this time they're going to get there, and they drop him. And that sack going to cost them some yardage.
Well, now this is certainly going to make 2nd and goal considerably more difficult. He could have gotten rid of it to avoid the big loss, but give some credit here to the defense as well. That pressure was suffocating, and it's going to make it a more difficult now 2nd and goal situation.
The throw is caught. And that play is brought to a halt, they're going to say, at the 5-yard line. They've held him out twice. Here we go, 3rd and goal. Trying to throw here out of the gun. And even on 3rd down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be 4th down.
Well, I'll tell you this, Kate, that's where you got to be on the same page with one another and get both ends of the play right to execute, both the protection and ultimately completing that ball. They certainly want that play called back. I never saw a play script that ended with a field goal. It was always a touchdown that you wanted. But that's 3 points, and it's enough to give them the lead.
To return, here's Raheem Mostert. And this will give them decent field position. The return gets out to the 30. So here's their offense now to take over for the first time. And in his 8th season as a QB, he's the one to lead them out.
Nobody came away happy last week, no question about it. Himself, most of all. His team went 0-1, picking up the loss, but he was 0-1. One pick, no touchdowns. Not good enough. Defeat not an option this week, and neither is a lack of touchdowns. They intend to rectify both.
Running it with David Montgomery. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Give him 9 yards. He almost moved the chains there. It's going to be 2nd and 1. Staying on the ground with Montgomery. And the push forward doesn't get beyond the line. Pretty pay there to take him down. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. They'll run again with Montgomery. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away. Now after the run, we see some trainers headed out for an injured player who was shaken up. So 4th down, on heads, Braden Mann for the punt. And he'll punt it away to end a disappointing opening drive. Only punted once in last week's loss, and he gets this one away. The Voyagers and running back Devon Achane getting back to work. And his workload hasn't been limited to the backfield. As you get a look at the NFL's best receiving backs this season, you can see he is right there in the top 5. On 1st and 10, here's Love. Has him on the quick hitter. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Play made there by Clark Phillips. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
At the 23-yard line.
From the 23. That winds up incomplete and brings an end to our opening quarter. Only a solitary field goal so far as we're through 1 quarter. Just 3-0 is our score. We'll get back to the action in just a moment. Welcome back. We're all set to start the second. Offense already out to resume its drive. They have 3rd and 4 to start out. Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. Ball on the 45, 1st and 10. Love to throw again. Right side and into the hands of Douglas. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. Up to the line, and they're set. 1st and 10. Here's Love. Completes this one to Otten. And he's going to be brought down at the 35-yard line.
Sometimes when you're just looking to move it forward, get some small yards on a throw, quarterback's best friend, security blanket. And when it's a big old tight end, that's an extra bonus.
He's able to drive that pile about a yard. Jacoby Dean in on the tackle. 3rd and just 2 to go.
Brings up 3rd down and 2.
They'll stick with Achane. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
You know, I'm not sure what else could have been done there, Kate. Just the right call defensively to come up with a 3rd and short stop.
Down and 1.
Jake Elliott's on now to attempt this field goal. He was good on his first kick. Gonna need to hit this one well to go 2 for 2. And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And another field goal makes it 6-0 for him.
Okay, one of the areas that kickers and quarterbacks are similar, they want to get into rhythm, and no better way to feel good and get into that rhythm than start a game 2 for 2 as a kicker.
Returns looking good so far. The tackle's made, so this drive will begin at the 34-yard line. Their offense headed back out for its 2nd drive of the contest. And they'll take over, facing a 6-0 deficit. Give to Montgomery to start the drive. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stops. He managed 6 on the play, bringing up 2nd and 4. White throwing here. Short pass brought in. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. And they've got themselves another 1st and 10. They give up the gut to Montgomery. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
Offensive coordinators tell us all the time, big runs only happen with coordinated efforts. Great block in the spring of guys hitting blocks downfield and a back who can show off his wheels.
They go play action on 1st. He lets one fly, deep dip, challenges double coverage, and it's intercepted. Christian Gonzalez has it. Well, it's a position you expect interceptions from, Brock, but not a lot of them come easier than that for a cornerback. His teammate makes the hit as the QB tries to throw it, and it really affected how that one came out.
Yeah, that corner's going to get that pick under his stat column individually, but that was a collective effort. It was all about the pass rush. And those great corners, they know it. They know it takes everybody. The guys up front doing their job, and when the ball falls harmlessly in his hands like that, well, he does his job to finish with the INT.
And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Here's Love to throw. Finds a man right side. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, 1st down. That's the 2-minute warning in what has been a defensive battle. It's the Voyagers looking at 1st and 10. It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. Thrown on 1st down, Love. Like a good target, Brock. Neighbors is there. And he gets him around 6 there. All down that time by Jonathan Jones. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Got his target. It's Otten. And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped on his own side at the 49. 1st and 10 from a yard shy of midfield. Love now to throw. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete. Couldn't connect on 1st. It's 2nd down. They'll throw it again. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete. Well, no look on his first look of the game. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long. Love now. Escapes the pocket. Oh, he was on the move, but so was the defense, and they take him down. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their 1st. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. They go to punt on 4th down, and out heads Tommy Townsend. And this will be his 1st effort of the contest. They take over on offense now, pretty late in this 1st half. And we're a shade away from 50 seconds to go in the half. That's enough time to put something together. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. Jerry Jeudy with the grab. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. Prior to 1st down, they decide to call a timeout. Shotgun snap, looking to throw. Completed to Sutton. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41. Offense at the line, but they won't snap it. We've got a timeout. From the 41. This is caught by Isaiah Likely. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Now White. And he just gets rid of it. Knew he had a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on 1st down. So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. White to throw it. No better luck than the last play, Brock, as he just has to get rid of it.
Well, you certainly want those throws to be automatic. Every team, if you're going to be efficient, you've got to hit those passes in the short to intermediate zone to effectively move the ball in this league.
Caught him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out! Recovered by the defense.
You know, Kate, we talk about these wide receivers all the time and their incredible body control, but I'll say this, these pass rushers in this day and age, the body control they have to get home on these sacks, but more importantly, to create these strip sacks is so hard to do, and that is a master's class in how to take the ball away. Well done.
First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Throwing now, following the turnover. That's caught, Devon Achane. He's got a gain of 6 there. Brought to the ground by Cameron Bynum. Just before halftime, we get a timeout, take it. Only time left for one more snap, Brock, so they're going to run out their field goal unit. This is a 50-yard look from the right hash. And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. We've arrived at halftime. The Voyagers on top in Virginia Beach. Now down the coast we go to Orlando, Florida, in our studio there. Jonathan Coachman waiting by with the EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll begin out in the capital of Utah, Salt Lake City, where you see the final score there. Jameis Winston, sharp in the victory, as his guys double up their records at 8-4 on the year. From there, let's head off and check out a second game. And as you see, they were losers earlier this afternoon. Jalen Hurts, outstanding again as his guys up their record to 10-2 now on the year. Both these teams making their way out of the tunnel, and we're ready for the second half. And for the call, we send it back to Kate Scott and the other blonde bomber, Brock Ewart.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the third quarter. Return coming from the 6. And in the end, Brock, an exciting touchback as the return comes out to the 30. Their offense taking the field now for the opening drive in the second half. And they haven't been able to find their way on the scoreboard just yet as the deficit has reached 9 points. On first down, they'll run with Montgomery. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. That one goes for 17 yards and moves the chains.
To play running back in this league, well, you've got to have tremendous vision. We saw it twice. Once to find the lane upfield, and then to get to space and break off some extra yards.
Has it downfield, working the left. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They'll get 31 yards on the play, and it'll give him a first down.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
Now they'll hit the line just outside the red zone following that big play. Now it's White. Oh my, it's intercepted in the end zone. Picked off by Joey Porter Jr.
You know, Kate, one of the tenets of the West Coast system that I was fortunate to play in, touchdown to check down. Touchdown to check down. You get in the red zone, it's touchdown to check down. You can't put the ball in harm's way. That's a brilliant job by the defense with their coverage, baiting the quarterback into the throw. But you got to sail that one into the stands. Touchdown or check down. You can't possibly give an interception in that situation.
Their offense returning to the field for another possession. And they'll have a little momentum as they take the field here after their kicker drilled a deep one to end their last drive with points. Second half begins with a run by Achane. And he's brought down for a loss. Hang on now. Looks like we've got an injured player out there and in need of some aid. So we'll step away briefly as they work on him. Offense to the line for second down. Shotgun now for Love. This one's taken in by Otten. And he breaks even, but that's it. Brought down at that line of scrimmage. Devin Lloyd on the tackle. This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. Achan reels it in. And he rips off good yardage, but it will not move the chains.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep them short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
Starts his return from the 23. And he's brought down before the return gets far. Big kick on that one, 62 yards. Man, it'll be their football. First and 10 now from the 30. Oh, flag is down here. This might be a free play. Finds him over the middle. And he's going to be down by contact. So now our attention turns to the flag on the play. Easy call for the officials there. He was offsides at the snap, and that's going to cost him.
Still first down.
A 1st and 5 to begin this drive following the penalty. White looking to throw. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41. He gets 6 on that play. And it'll give him a 1st down. Motioning him from the slot right. Montgomery now up the middle. And this run's limited to a minimal gain up to about the 44. It's a gain of 3 for him. That brings up 2nd and 7. Looking to throw, White. Completed over the middle. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. Christian Gonzalez getting there for the tackle. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. Here's White to throw. The sideline shot snagged by Sutton. And he's going to be across midfield, close to the 45 before going out. They'll say he got 5 there, but Brock, all they care about is the 1st down that comes with it. Option play. Here's Montgomery. And he's caught after a gain of about 2. Quiddy Pay there to take him down. He gets a couple on 1st, and they'll come up 2nd and 8. Shotgun snap. They're going to throw. Finding Reynolds. And they'll manage to contain him after about a 6-yard pickup. Brought down by the future Hall of Famer, Bobby Wagner. 3rd and just 2 to go. Montgomery gets it from the gun. And he's able to get this down to the 36. Give him 3 on that gain. And it sets up 1st down.
Okay, you know me, I can't resist. I thought we might have needed the old Gene Steratore index card down there. Making a really close measurement to see if he got the 1st down or not. But in the end, well, the right call was made. He got just enough to move the chains.
Well, the defense is really buckled down. That was a scoreless 3rd quarter for us. This one not out of reach quite yet, but it is a 2-score game to begin the 4th. Second down now, 7 to go. Back to throw. Here's White. Completed to Reynolds. And they haul him down just a foot or 2 shy of the red zone. Pickup of 12 on that play. And that'll give him a 1st down. They're going play action. Play didn't break how they wanted it, and he throws this away.
There was almost no resistance offered against a rush that came off the line ready to maul anything in sight. It was all the QB could do to get rid of that before he gets absolutely clobbered.
Has it at the 7. Give him about 16 yards on that gain, Brock, and it sets him up with 1st and goal.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
They'll break the huddle and come up on 1st and goal. They'll run here. It's Montgomery. And they try to power it forward, but only a couple of yards there. So from the 3, here's 2nd and goal. Once more, it's Montgomery. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. He manages a couple, and they are right on the verge of it. 3rd and goal from the 1. Trying to get it with the option here. And he gets in. Touchdown. The River Hogs have cut it to a 3-point game here in the 4th. My partner up here is pumping his fist after that one. That is how you run an option as a quarterback. Good read to hang on to it and do it himself.
Yeah, because I could never do that, not even close. But when the defense overplays and you run that option, you get that good 2-on-1, more times than not, they will commit to the more dangerous guy, the running back. But you leave a lane, this quarterback can do some damage as well.
That one right down the middle. And the River Hogs cut the lead down to just 2. We're down to a 2-point difference as they send the kick away. Barrios now to return it. He stopped on the return at the 27. This offense getting all set for this series. And this really looks like a whole different ball game after that touchdown, doesn't it? They really need to go on a drive here. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Play fake, it's Love. He throws a bullet to the center of the field. And he's there to send that one away incomplete.
The ability to track the ball, right? Ball skills isn't just knocking it away, and that's a beautiful job there, Kate. But ball skills is also being able to track a ball on a deeper throw like that. If he doesn't swat it away, we're looking at a huge gain.
And he's going to be marked down a yard shy of that marker. 3rd and a lone yard coming up. He's back to throw. They did it! He made the interception! Devin Lloyd making the play. And the River Hogs have some new life in the 4th.
Oh, coaches just love that effort right there. Instantly, as he made the pick, everybody was looking for a block and doing their part to set up the return. And I know it pales in comparison to giving up the turnover, but how about the effort on the other side to track him down and stop a potential pick 6? I think everybody deserves a little credit on the field for that effort.
Another drive coming up for this offense. And the turnover puts them right back out there. Just a few plays since they scored that touchdown.
Well, they didn't get much time to rest, but guess what, Kate? That defense didn't get much time to rest either. Now you can go in attack mode while they're still shaking off that last touchdown.
He's got it. And he's able to get it to the 2 before the stop.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a 1st down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
And he's into the end zone. Touchdown. The River Hogs take a 4th quarter lead. So that, Brock, an important score here as they move out in front.
This is the time of the game where your legs just get a little bit tired, but that was a determined-looking drive right there. They were not going to be denied, and they're able to score and take the lead.
Patterson on for the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And the River Hogs jump in front now by 5. They put a touchdown on the board, and now they'll send it away. Barrios now to return it. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. This offense making its way back out now. They find themselves down here in the fourth after that touchdown. This game could end up depending on how they respond right here. First down throw, here's Love. Putting the body on the line for his team. 12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the first. New slated downs to approach here from the 40. Thrown on first down, Love. Into the hands of Neighbors. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12. That's the 2-minute warning here from Virginia Beach. Voyagers trailing by 5. On first and 10, here's Love. And they got there in time. He's taken down. And the big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
Second and 16 at the 46-yard line.
He'll look to throw it. Right side and into the hands of Douglas. This one goes for an even 25 yards. And they're going to have a first down.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
All right, all set up now. First and 10. Setting up to pass. He's on the move. Now here he goes. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. So that's their first. And they can take a moment to try to build more momentum after getting the first. Offense set for a first and 10. Back to throw. This throw is cut. And this one stopped at the 3-yard line. Timeout taken by the offense, their second. Nice spot here for the offense. It's second and 1. Here's a chain up the middle. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Kate, it's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. Second and short run, you're feeling good about yourself. But with a negative play, well, now comes a critical third down.
Gets it to him on the screen. And this one does not go far. Must not have liked what they saw on 4th and 1 there. They're going to take a timeout. And now they're powerless to stop that clock with a timeout at least.
Here we go. Here's one of those game situations that just puts a smile on my face because I can think from Pop Warner to the NFL. Everybody on the field thinking the same thing. Can we go for it? Can we get one more shot as you win?
And he will score and give them the lead in the final minute. Absolutely clutch score there, Brock, as they take the lead here in the final minute.
Incredible execution. The moment not too big for any of them. And Kate, they cashed in when it really mattered.
And he's going to be taken down for the sack. They can't even get a throwaway on that 2-point try. They wanted that 3-point cushion. We all knew what they were doing, be able to maybe breathe a little bit easier. But now got to keep them outside of field goal range, partner, because a kick would win this.
And that starts with a booming kickoff. Give them as long a field as possible before they can get that makeable field goal. From there, your defense, well, it's just got to rise to the occasion here in the last couple snaps of this game.
The offense getting set to go. And I think they'd be content doing everything the same as their prior drive and getting another touchdown here. Here he is to throw. And really, no, he's not going to escape. to the sack, another pass on second down. Caught, nice gain left side. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it stopped. Now a timeout, and there may be time for 2 plays here, Brock, but a quick short one does them no good. They gotta go for broke here. Complete beyond the marker. And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped at his own side at the 49. One final shot here. This is for the ball game. And this will not be caught, so their last chance heave to the end zone ends up on the ground. This game's over. So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. So for Brock Heward and all of our crew, I'm Kate Scott, wrapping up another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. It's a win for the Voyagers as we say so long from Virginia Beach.
It's week 13 of the NFL. And up next, it's Bo Nix. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Steamers and the Aviators, just ahead on EA Sports.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Joined by a former NFL quarterback up in the booth, Mr. Brock Heward. I'm Kate Scott, and Brock, you can brag if you'd like to, because I know you had quite the big arm in your days with the Huskies and the Seahawks in Seattle. Well, we've got a couple quarterbacks here who also know how to push that football down the field.
Yeah, you got a couple QBs who are going to keep these defenses honest today, because the moment they get greedy in coverage or get too aggressive in the pocket, either of these quarterbacks can drop a dime, drop a deep throw right over him for big yardage, and maybe 6 points too.
To kick off, here's Will Lutz. And here we go from Paris. Valus Jones now on the return. And look at this return. Some good work on that return. Brock gets this up to the 33. So So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. They'll be let out by the final quarterback taken in the first round of this year's draft. A lot of experience from Oregon and Auburn. It's Bo Nix.
Bo Nix entered this league as a grown-up. 61 college starts will do that for you. A ton of college experience. And Bo Nix is a facilitator. When he is at his best, that ball is in and out of his hands in an absolute hurry. If he were a point guard on a basketball team, he'd want to go up and down the court and get it out of his hands as quickly as he can. He's accurate, he's tough, he's experienced, and he's poised for this challenge of the NFL.
From the 39. That's caught by Chris Olave. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line. He brings the offense up now for a 1st and 10. Out of the gun, it's Nix. This ball's cut by Palmer. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory.
That is a textbook first down completion. Sets up second and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
They'll throw again. Nix. That's caught. He finds Alan Lazard. And he's going to be brought down after reaching the 43. They get 6 and a 1st down as well. Still sticking with the passing game. Gets this to Stover. And it's going to be about a 3-yard pickup in the end. Edger and Cooper there to make the stop. 2nd down now, 7 to go. Shotgun snap to Nix. This one is tipped away and incomplete. Good positioning to make a play on it. That forces 3rd down. Nix from the gun. Able to hit Palmer, complete. And he's tackled after gaining a handful.
Those kind of completions are so frustrating, Kate. It's like a putt. You got it on line, you feel good about it's going in the hole, but you never want to leave it short.
And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down.
That right there, that will make the coaches happy. He didn't just get the 1st down, but got a healthy chunk of bonus yards afterwards.
A new set of downs forthcoming. It's 1st and 10. Another run for Kamara. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
They say about great outfielders in baseball, there's just something to them. They've got a knack, a feel, an instinct to take the right line, the right angle. For safeties to create tackles for loss in the run game, it's the exact same attribute and skill set. Got to take that right angle and then go finish that runner.
He put some juice on it deep. He's got it deep downfield. And it's caught in the end zone. Touchdown. The Steamers finish up an excellent opening series. What an outstanding opening series, partner. They just wore down that defense as they marched their way to the end zone.
Yeah, it took a whole bunch of that opening script to find a touchdown, but it showed just how well designed that script was. It was the right sequence of plays to keep that ball moving and find the end zone, and getting your offense established in its top gear right here early on.
That one splits the uprights. And the Steamers will jump out to a 7-0 lead. And after they reach the end zone, they'll kick it off and turn things over to the defense. To return, Jerome Ford. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. So here comes this offense as they get set for their opening drive. And leading them out is their 2nd-year quarterback from Kentucky. He earned several starts as a rookie. It's Will Levis.
A bit of an uneventful outing individually last week, Kate. A touchdown and a pick for him, but the lasting memory, well, there's no question about it. Walking off that field with a loss, that stings. No doubt he feels he could have done more to prevent that result, so expect to see a motivated individual taking snaps here this week.
And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. Now a moment to check out his numbers catching that football last week. Second and 3 now. From the gun, Levis. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's out of bounds just past, looks like the 40-yard line. Call it 7 yards on the play, and that's enough for the first down. Running for the first time with Joe Mixon. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Well, once we saw them on a collision course with one another, we know how inertia works. The bigger man, he wins.
Levis from the shotgun. He finds Tigakonkwo for the grab. It's a gain of 12 there. And they'll have first down.
Kate, I can't tell you how good that is. Anticipating the outcut, having the ball on the way before the receiver's head even turns, he puts it on him so that receiver can easily get out of bounds for the nice gain.
They will not get another playoff. We're at the end of one. 7-0 is our score. Back with more of the NFL on EA Sports in just a moment. We're back, and we'll join this drive already in progress to begin quarter 2. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. He beams one deep right side. This is caught inside the 15. They get 35 out of that one, and that'll be a first down.
Now, right there, that's what you want to see on your opening drive. Boom! Connect on a big shot, and instantly you set a tone that you're not going to be afraid to be aggressive in this game today. Boy, do I love that.
What a spot for a big play, huh, Brock? It has him well into the red zone now with 1st and 10. Running with Mixon out of the gun. And he could only get a lone yard. Took a couple of guys to haul him down near the line. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Keeping it with Mixon. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
Perception and reality, Kate. The perception out there from the public is edge rushers are defined by their sacks. The reality in a locker room and in the huddle is you can be defined by your relentlessness. And his motor never stopped. Helped him track it down for a loss on the outside.
Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. He was looking for Terry McLaurin. And that brings up 4th and long. Will Lutz on to attempt the field goal. This 32 yards out on the right hash. Bertolet able to knock it through. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
Well, that's the type of long, sustained drive that takes some of the starch out of your opponent. The only negative is that the kicking team was out there for a field goal and not an extra point. But they do come away with 3.
It's Keyshawn Nixon with the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. The Steamers and quarterback Bo Nix gearing up for their next series. And he's been somebody who can get the scoring done with his legs just as much as his arm. You can see he's top 5 for touchdowns among NFL QBs. Nix with it on first. Hitting Olave on the slant. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. 2nd and 3 now.
Brings up 2nd and 3 at the 35-yard line.
It's Nix down to the pistol. And that's incomplete, and he's happy to have that one fall compared to, well, the alternative. Looked like it was going to be picked there. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. To throw, here's Nix. That's grabbed inside the 30. He does it, touchdown. The Steamers now lead by 10. Chris Olave with the touchdown. I love plays like this, Brock. Sometimes you just got to ask your dude, show me what you got, man. Show off those wheels, and he did just that.
Yeah, beauty in simplicity, right?
Yep.
Now, when you run that fly route, you got to win right from the jump. And you got to protect yourself from the sideline, too. Don't get pushed to the boundary. Give your quarterback room to throw it up, and you can find pay dirt.
That one right down the middle. And the Steamers drive their lead to 11.
Aviators 3.
Following the touchdown, they'll kick it back and see what the opposition has in store. On the return, it's Jalen Reagor. He's got a lane up past the 30. And he brought this one almost to midfield before he's tackled. Here comes their offense out again. And down double digits, Brock. Field goals like we saw on their last drive aren't going to move the needle as much as they need to. On target to his back, Joe Mixon. He gets it forward for a gain of 3. In on the tackle is Jonathan Cooper. Second down now, 7 to go. A give to Mixon up the middle. And they limit the damage just a few yards on that gain. Brought down by the veteran, Von Bell. 3rd and 4 coming up now. Shotgun now for Levis. That's caught for the first. And they're going to bring him down at the 36. They gain 14 on the play. And that gives them the first.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your third downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
First down, ball at the 36. Looking to throw, Levis. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. Back to the line they go. It's second down. Trying again, following the sack. Couldn't connect right side. It's incomplete.
That is normally a gimme for this offense, these short throws. But the defense, well, they had just enough influence on that play to force the incompletion.
Escapes the pocket. Oh, he's going to run for it. The defense calls a timeout. That's their first. As they'll get together and discuss with 4th down coming up. Will Lutz on to attempt the field goal. From the right hash, this is going to be a 51-yarder. And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And that brings the deficit back within a score, 8 points.
A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all his concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Steamers and Chris Olave ready to take over once again on offense. They seem likely to carry the lead into the locker room, but some points here to end the half could make things even more comfortable. Throwing on first down, Nix. That's brought in by Lazard. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. 2nd and 3 now. From the 32. Got a man, Pulver has it. Big gain, 14 on the play. And it'll give him a first down.
Sure seems like he knew exactly what he wanted, and he got it, going right where he wanted to with the ball off the snap.
New set of downs for him from the 46. On 1st and 10, here's Nix. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be 2nd down.
Second down and 10.
And he's brought down for a loss.
That is teaching tape for a linebacker. Read, react, and finish.
This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. Throwing here, Nix. Get some space around midfield. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion. That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. We've reached halftime with the Steamers holding the advantage at the break here in Paris. Now we'll send you back stateside to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman has the EA Sports halftime report all queued up and ready to go.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll begin out in the capital of Utah, Salt Lake City, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Jameis Winston, sharp in the victory, as his guys double up their record to 8-4 on the year. From there, we're off to check out another game. And as you see, they were losers earlier this afternoon. Jalen Hurts, outstanding again, as his guys up their record to 10-2 now on the year. It was a terrific first half for the rookie first-round pick, Bo Nix. His 2 touchdown passes helped pave the way for his guys to take this lead into the intermission. These 2 teams heading out of the tunnel, and we're ready to get back to it. For the call of the second half, here is the great Kate T. Scott. Kate?
As always, a hat tip to Coach for his hard work during the break, as we're happy to welcome y'all back for the start of our third quarter. Rager with the return here. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Now begin with a run by Mixon. And he's tackled for a short gain. Manages just a yard on 1st down. Now it's going to be 2nd and 9. On the ground again with Mixon. He'll work it a couple of yards past the line. That was Geno Stone up there to make that play. A gain of 2 follows up a gain of 1, and now they're left with 3rd and 7. Levis. Pass taken in by Marshall. And he's able to cross the 40 before going out. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a 1st down.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of 3rd downs just like that.
1st and 10 from the 41. Staying between the tackles with Mixon. And he's swallowed up in the middle. No gain on the run. Tackle made by Jordan Brooks. 2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Levis to the air now. Dumps it off to his running back. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Kate, that's one of those situations as a quarterback that on my grade sheet, that's a negative. That screen was ambushed by the defense, and you've got to throw it away. Just find a way to put it at his feet and not create a negative play for your offense.
He's throwing deep to the left side.
I don't fault the look downfield at all. I mean, that was just a situation there where it's a better defensive play than the offense executing.
Jack Fox getting the call here to punt on 4th down. Coming off 4 punts in that loss, and he boots his first of this game away. And the coverage team is there as he fields it, so almost nothing on that return before he stopped. And that punt gets up to 59 yards. And they're going to take over possession. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Out of the gun, it's Nix. Makes the grab in bounds left side. And that is a touchdown! The Steamers push their lead further to start the half. that score was less about the throw, although it was good, partner, but it was more about getting it to somebody who knew exactly what to do with it.
Okay, it's a good thing the touchdown shows up on both their stat sheets, because sometimes, well, it's quarterback who delivers, and sometimes it's the effort after the catch that really makes the magic happen.
Setting up to try the point after. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Steamers lead by 15 now. Now after the touchdown, they'll kick it back and see what the opposition can do. Rager with the return here. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. This offense ready to get going again now. And they'll try for better results this time around, Brock, after they had to punt it away last time out. Levis here on first down. An alert play defensively there. He got a hand on it to tip it away, and that makes it second down. On the option, here's Mixon. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Hey, range is not an optional feature for middle linebackers in today's game. It's a prerequisite for the job. And this guy definitely has it. Followed that play from the start, and he ended it with a loss.
Throwing his Levis on third down. Complete beyond the marker. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. The big play nets him 17 yards. And it'll give him a first down. Out of the shotgun, a give to Mixon. And he finds space for about a 3-yard gain. Brought down by Paulson Adebo. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7. Now a give to Mixon. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. He musters up 3 yards on the run. That sets up 3rd and 4. Levis now off the play fake. Caught by Marshall. And he's officially into enemy territory now. They're going to give him the opposing 49.
Those little short throws, they are high percentage and certainly bread and butter. But they really run the risk of a quick tackle just like that and being stopped short of the sticks.
Punter on now, and he gets into this one. Back out runs their offense. And taking a look at these highlights, Brock, just a reminder of the type of game that they have had throwing the football. It really has been the key to their success.
Yeah, they've just not only stayed on schedule here, Kate. Man, they've made some music, right? Great rhythm.
Yeah.
Not just ahead of schedule, but huge plays have followed. We've seen a lot of different looks and wrinkles throughout this performance, and it's been a joy to watch.
And that's only 1 yard up the middle. Gonna be second down.
I can promise you that's not what it looked like on the practice field nor on the whiteboard. Typically, QB run is going to net you a whole lot more yardage than that. But let's give some credit. Strong effort by that defensive front who contained a play that typically goes for a whole lot more.
That one falls incomplete and brings us to the end of this third quarter. We'll see what they come up with for third down in just a bit. We've reached the end of 3. This one not out of reach quite yet, but it is a 2-score game to begin the 4th. No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. Shotgun snap to Nix. Brought in by Chase near the sideline. They gain 14 on the play. And it sets up first down.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
They're set up at the 35 now. Nix from the gun. He intercepts it. That is exactly what they needed. Picked off by Marte Mapu. And it's a touchdown as he brings it back for the pick 6. Well, you know this firsthand, partner. You get hit making a throw, you know this is a possibility, and that crowd cheer then confirmed it for him as he got off the ground, picked off, and in this case, taken back for 6 as well.
Yeah, I hated that sound.
I know.
Not only of the pads crunching me, but that crowd telling you it is going the other way. That's what you got to do to these quarterbacks in this league. You got to hit them, you got to harass them, and mistakes will follow.
That one splits the uprights. And the Aviators get it back to within 1 score. Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick 6. Nixon now to return it. Now bottle him up as he gets the return to the 30. The Steamers are being led back out there on offense by their quarterback. And on that last drive, Brock, he crossed a notable threshold in passing yards for the season. Always nice when you can reach one of those plateaus to look back on after the year's over. Back to the air, Nix after the pick. Catch made by Alvin Kamara. And this one doesn't go far.
Some certainly do it better than others, Kate, but every running back in the league today has got to do just that. You cannot be a one-dimensional back in the league anymore. You can't. You got to be able to handle your business, both toting the ball as a runner, and really importantly as a check-down outlet on short throws.
Now after that play, we've got somebody shaken up, and you don't want to see serious injury in the midst of their playoff push. He's being looked at here. Let's see how they attack this first down, Brock, from the 43. Nix off the play action. Flushed out of the pocket, trying to get away from the pressure, but he can't, and they drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
At the 37-yard line.
Another try following the sack. Finds his man Chase. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. 3rd and 6 for them to figure out now. He's back to throw. Buys time, rolling right. He'll make a bid for it on the ground. Ooh, after that play, we can tell he's hurting. He's someone they need to help their playoff hopes. Training staff working on him now. All set up now for 1st and 10. They run it from the gun with Kamara. And he'll get down to the 21-yard line before he stopped. Now after that play, we've got somebody shaken up, and you don't want to see serious injury in the midst of their playoff push. He's being looked at here. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. First carry now for Austin Eckler. And he gets this forward to the 19. Pickup of 2 here. And that'll give him a first down.
That's another. Harris. First down. 1st and 10 at the 19-yard line.
Option play. Here's a give to Eckler. And he sneaks this through the middle, maybe a gain of 2. 8 yards to go. Well, let's see how they approach this 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 8 at the 18-yard line.
Running with Eckler again. And he gets taken down immediately right at the line of scrimmage. Call it no gain on the play, and that brings up 3rd and 9.
No gain on the play.
So that brings us to the 2-minute warning in Paris. Steamers up by 8. So a tough spot now. This is 3rd and 9. They're looking to throw. The throw is caught. And he's brought down a little short. No, actually they do give him the 10-yard line. 4th down, and we're going to see just how clutch he is on this kick. A pretty automatic look for him from the left. And it is good. No problems there on the shorter attempt. And it's now a 2-possession game as the lead grows to 11.
Best kickers I've been around here over the last few decades, they relish these moments. They know the hard work all their buddies on offense and defense have done. And when they can make it a two-score game and be clutch when it matters, these are the moments they live for.
Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Now this offense getting set to work here. They struggled to produce on that last series, but better results ahead as they take possession here. Levis now on first down. Pass caught by Mixon. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, first down.
Okay, I know exactly what's going to happen. I've seen it once, I've seen it 100 times. Next week on the practice field, this running back's going to say, see, I'm not just a running back. I can play receiver. And you receivers, you couldn't do my job, but I just showed you I could do yours.
Well-timed strike by that defender to knock it free. So second down coming up. From the gun, Levis. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. It was there, he just couldn't corral it. So they're left facing third and long. Looking to throw it. Just got it away before the hit, but it doesn't matter. It's incomplete. Fourth down coming up.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
And that was probably their last gasp. It's intercepted. Kicked off by Devondre Campbell. And the Steamers are going to have it after his second interception of the season. He was trying to fit it into a window in the zone coverage, but by the time he let it go, boy, Brock, that lane had closed, and someone was there to make a play on it.
Now, what you're trying to do in zone coverage defensively is make that quarterback see a window that isn't actually there. And as soon as he takes the bait and sends it over the middle, well, you got 1, 2, 3 defenders all there in range to go pick it off.
First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Trying the inside handoff to Eckler. And he scampers ahead and gets 2 on the carry. Timeout taken by the defense. Their second. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. Staying with Eckler. And he's able to take this one down to the 25. The defense takes its third and final timeout. And they are quite frustrated having to call that after giving up the first. Your favorite formation, right, Brock? The victory formation here as he takes a knee.
This is situational football at its best. There's still some time left to bleed off the clock, but the really important thing here is you've got to bleed every second of that clock that you can. Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And this is exactly how they wanted to go into that bye week, partner, with a victory and some positives to build on in that nice extra time off. This has been another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. With all our crew here and my broadcast partner, Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. The Steamers emerge as winners as we say au revoir from Paris.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And we'll see Chris Godwin. He should be one of his quarterback's best friends this week. It's the Bisons and the Nighthawks, and it comes your way next on EA Sports.
Well, the skies certainly aren't cooperating, Brock, but for a lot of those guys on the fields, this is perfect football weather. As we welcome you to another presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks for joining us, football fans. I'm Kate Scott, joined in the booth by my partner, Brock Hewitt. And this week, Brock, got one group coming in off a win, another off a well-earned bye. Should make for a really energetic game. I'm wondering if you think one has the advantage over the other.
Well, I'd like to know how every single body feels down there. We don't. My guess is they're all hurting a little bit because once you get past the opener, you're never quite 100%. So I typically will lean with the team coming off a win. You feel good about yourself.
Ball is teed up as rain continues to fall. And off we go from OKC. Here's Jamal Agnew on the return. And pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. And leading them out, the reigning Heisman Trophy winner, the #2 pick in the NFL draft out of LSU, Jaden Daniels.
Jaden's the closest thing we've seen to Lamar Jackson. And while there's only one Lamar Jackson, the two-time MVP, Jaden's going to push him a little bit in this league. He is a tremendous athlete. Over 1,000 yards rushing down the SEC, and he's just got the instincts, the feel to know when to run it, and he can also sling it. A quick, compact, accurate release. I can't wait to watch this guy's skill set unfold in the NFL.
From the 33 on second down. Snared by his running back, it's Najee Harris. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. New slated downs to approach here from the 40. Slot man in motion left. On first down, here's Daniels. Able to get it to Moore. And it's a nice little chunk here, 6 yards. Hauled to the ground by Jordan Hicks. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
At the 46-yard line.
Out of the gun, Daniels. Grabbed by Chris Godwin. And they bring him down around the 34. It's enough for a first down. Nice find by the rookie quarterback from LSU.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. And a lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
Running behind center with Harris. He'll drive it forward, but won't get beyond the line. Aziz Al-Shire that time on the tackle. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here.
Brings up 2nd and 10. At the 34.
Daniels. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
A loss of 9 on
Sometimes I wish everybody could feel what that feels like. When you're a QB and you just feel the air in the pocket getting sucked out and you know there's no escape, it can be just one heck of a deflating feeling. Not for that defense who puts a sack on the board.
And he's in trouble and gets brought down again. And consecutive sacks have them staring at a tough 4th down.
It's 4th down.
The Bison sending out their punter. And this will bring a drive that had some promise to a disappointing end. Ooh, it's away, but he knows he mishit that one. Headed for the sideline. And this one ventures out of play on the fly. The question is where it's marked. Looks like they'll say the 17-yard line. So they come on offense now, ready for their opening drive. They'll be led out by the 5th-year pro who can really fill up a stat sheet, Justin Herbert.
Just an all-around great performance from him last week, Kate, in the win. Those 2 touchdowns he had played a big part in the victory, no question. But so did keeping it clean, not throwing a pick. You want to become friendly with your own defense? Make sure they don't have any extra possessions to defend. He did his job, and so did his teammates.
That play good for 17 and a first down.
I know the Combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically, but I don't know how you test courage at the Combine because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. But that was the epitome of courage to make that in cut and make the catch.
They'll run it here with Bijan Robinson. They'll cobble together a yard there. Justin Matabike making that stop. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Another carry for Robinson. And they had that one contained right at the line. Tackle made there by Derek Nottie. Drive in dire straits. It's 3rd and 9. Shotgun snap to Herbert. That's caught for the first. Still has some space inside the 35. It's a huge pickup on the play. And that will give them some serious momentum along with a first down.
So many cool fundamentals on display right there, Kate. Look the ball into your hands, number one. Don't turn your eyes away from it before it gets to you. And then when you've got that catch secured, snap that head forward and find that space upfield to turn a good play into a great play.
1st and 10, a run to Robinson. Space to the left. That one goes for 15, and now they're going to have 1st and goal.
That's pretty good right there now. You don't always expect a sizable gain when you run it on 1st down. You just want some yards to set up an easier 2nd down play. But they will take that execution every time.
1 quarter done, 3 to go in this battle of elite teams. Couple of zeros on the board right now. More from this one right after this. Welcome back. We're all set to start the second. Offense already out to resume its stride. They've got 1st and goal to work with. Herbert now, blitz coming. And he finds him in the end zone for the touchdown. The Nighthawks get the game's first points here in the second. He finds one of his great receivers, Brock, and they are off to a great start to begin this ball game.
Yeah, it's such a positive offensively when you can go find not just a field goal, but a touchdown on that opening drive. And defensively, this starts to shake the foundation of your preparation and makes you wonder what's in store.
Matt Gay on for the extra point. Bad weather doesn't affect that extra point. It's good. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. Here's Gay now to handle the kickoff. McCole Hardman now on the return. He's stopped on the return at the 27. The Bisons and Najee Harris making their return to the field. And he's played a major impact in their passing game, too. Look at this. We're near the end of the season, and he's leading all NFL backs in receiving yards. Daniels on 1st down. They get to him and bring him down. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
I'm not sure that deficit's going anywhere anytime soon. If anything, this is a defense that sees their offense creating not a ton of separation on the board, knowing they've got to shoulder the load. And sacks like that go a long ways towards doing it.
They really need some chunk yardage here on 2nd down. Now an inside handoff to Harris. And he's brought down for a loss.
This offense may want to try and disguise their run a little bit. I don't know if it's the O-lineman's stance. I don't know if it's a cadence. I don't know what it is, but after 2 straight plays going backwards, this defense is all over him.
And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Quandre Diggs with the INT. And he takes this one back for the pick 6. You want to know how strong the coverage was there? Man, they even had that underneath throw locked down, Brock, and he took it the other way.
It's really, really hard to find a better rep than that one in coverage. You're so spot on. Covered it down the field. Usually a gimme to the running back. The only thing was a gimme 6.
Gay to add the extra point. Got a good plant in the rain there. The extra point flies through. And the Nighthawks double their lead to 14. A quick chance at redemption after that pick six as it's sent away. Hardman with a return. He's stopped on the return at the 27. Now this offense ready to head back out. They haven't been able to get that offense going just yet, Brock. The deficit at 14. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They'll start with a give to Harris. And he found some running room for a nice gain. It's a solid 7-yard pickup on 1st down. Now they're going to have 2nd and 3.
At the 33-yard line. It's a gain of 7. Brings up 2nd and 3.
They kick the running back in motion. Daniels from the pistol. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
Move the chains! Gotta move them chains! Build momentum and keep that defense on its heels.
1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
And the receiver's going to take this one on the jet sweep. He swarms in the middle. This gets maybe a yard. Hauled to the ground by Jordan Hicks. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
From the gun, it's Daniels. Taken in by Harris. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field.
Just get this guy touches. I don't care how, I don't care when. Just find unique ways to get this running back the ball, and over time, he's going to make you pay.
Complete beyond the marker. Give him 18 yards on that play, Brock, and it gets him a 1st down.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them a 1st down.
They've got 1st down from the 31. Caught him across the line early there. That's an easy call for our officials. So he jumped too early, and that's going to cost him 5 yards.
Still 1st down.
Encroachment on that previous play, and that makes this a much shorter 1st and 5. Shotgun snap to Daniels. This is complete to Dawson Knox. And he's short of the 1st after a mild gain. We've hit the 2-minute warning now from OKC. It's the Bisons. In a nice spot, 2nd and inches. Again, Daniels to the air. Finds him over the middle. And they get this down to the 10-yard line before going down. It's a pickup of 11. And they're going to have a 1st down. Running back sent in motion. This one's caught. And he'll be taken down at the last possible moment. He's at the 1. Let's see what they want to do here, partner. It's 2nd and inches. Daniels now. And it's caught. Touchdown! The Bisons making a 1-score game before halftime. It's a Chris Godwin touchdown. All right, partner, what do you think? Was that a design read, or did he just see space and he was reacting more on the old quarterback instinct there?
Yes. I think yes on both of them, and that play happens so fast that it really is instincts on both sides.
That one right down the middle. And the Bisons chop the lead in half. It's down to 7. And just like that, we're back to a 1-possession ball game as the kickoff is away. Jackson now to return it. And he gets across the 30 before he's brought down. So here comes this offense for its 2nd series of the game. They're up by 7. We'll see if they choose to just rest on that going into halftime. Here's Herbert, 1st and 10. And Oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Terrion Arnold has it. And the Bisons get it back after a marvelous defensive effort.
You know what this is, Kate? This is the practice field coming to life. Really on both sides of the ball. Well, you watch defensive coaches preach all the time, and they work on these returns to get to the near sideline, everybody to get a block. And then for those offensive players to show the effort to go chase that down so it's not a pick six, yeah, it stinks for the offense. But that was the practice field coming to life for everybody to see.
And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. From the gun, they go with Harris. And he's able to bring this one down to the 4-yard line. Before we can get a snap on 2nd down, they call timeout. Here's Daniels. And he'll get them enough for a 1st down. Signals, and looks like we've got a timeout before that 1st down play. Harris goes up and over for the touchdown. The Bisons parlay the interception into points. Najee Harris, the touchdown. For the point after, here's Blankenship. Extra point sent in through the rain. And the Bisons tie things up at 14. It's all lined up. Morstead ready to send this flying. And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. This offense getting one final possession here before halftime. And with field position and the clock against them, probably not going to see anything of substance here before halftime. Yep, as expected, they go to the ground to start this one off. And looks like we can call it about 4 yards in the end. Hit made by T.J. Edwards. We've hit halftime, all tied up thanks to that late touchdown. Now we'll head over to Orlando, Florida. Check in with Jonathan Coachman for the EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. More from you and Brock in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where you see the final score there. Jalen Hurts, outstanding again as his guys up their record to 10-2 now on the year. Next, we head off to check out another game. And as you see, they were winners earlier this afternoon. Jameis Winston, sharp in the victory as his guys double up their record to 8-4 on the year. We thought this one would be a close battle coming in, and we have not been disappointed. They're all even to this point. This has the feeling of a game that could go right down to the wire. One mistake or one big play could turn out to be the difference.
All right, thank you, Coach, and we are back and about set to begin the second half. Xavier Gipson now to return. He stopped on the return at the 27. The Nighthawks are being led back out on offense by Justin Herbert here. And it's been such an incredible season for him. As we play our final month of football, he's leading the NFL in passing yards. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Herbert from the gun. He puts some air under a deep throw to the left. This is caught inside the 15. One of the game's biggest plays right there as they get the markers reset.
The analytics are pretty clear. It's hard to move the ball in this league with short little dinks and dunks. You've got to get the explosive chunk. You got to get the big play. And that throw to the outside, that gets the job done.
So a massive gain, and all of a sudden we've got 1st and 10 inside the red zone. From the gun, it's Robinson. And as they bring him down, let's check the penalty flag. So now, partner, got to reevaluate what to do on this next snap because the holding call pushes him back quite a ways. Running it after the penalty. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. About 4 yards on that carry. It's going to be second down for him. Working from the gun here, it's Herbert. Quick slant taken in by Waddle. And this is down all the way to the 3.
Boy, they sure found the right route at the right time to hit the soft spot in that coverage. And that slant, it goes for big yardage.
On 3rd and 2, Herbert. And the catch is made for the touchdown. The Nighthawks take the lead right away in half number 2. Slant route, as it does so many times every game we call, Brock. Paying dividends. Made that touchdown look a lot easier than it was.
An uncontested release that close to the end zone spells disaster for a defense every time, Kate. You got to have a whole lot more physicality at the point of attack because a QB is always going to be looking for that short little slant near the goal line.
That one splits the uprights. And the Nighthawks break that tie and now lead by 7. Here's Gay now to handle the kickoff. Hardman with a return. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Now outruns their offense to take over. And this game might be going better if he could have some more time just to work back there. This pass rush has been all over them. Really keeps taking this offense out of any grooves that they've managed to get into.
Okay, I like to say in life there's energy givers and there's energy vampires.
Yeah.
And for this defense, these sacks right here, they're such energy givers. And man, it's like a vampire sucking the juice out of an offense.
Yeah, I love that. 1st and 10 now. Here's Daniels. Toward the sideline and caught by Reed.
There's no negatives ever on a grade sheet for a completion, but that's one of those situations. If you're going to take a risk and throw an out route, you'd sure like to see a little bit more yardage gained.
2nd and 6 now. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's tackled after gaining a handful.
Well, he saw his guys pick up the blitz. Well, he felt them pick it up anyway if he wasn't looking at him. But with their effort on his behalf, I think this QB felt owed to them and the group up front to find somebody to get a completion so that effort up front wasn't in vain. With how hard it is to get an open look downfield, can't let the coverage off the hook with the drop. Saw open space, started running before he was able to watch the ball into his hands.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. Fair catch called for and made just outside the 20. No return on that punt. And they'll get ready to go on offense. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Drive begins with a run. It's Robinson. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Good run, gets him 7. That brings up 2nd and 3. Play action now for Herbert. He's going deep this time. Really pushing the envelope on 2nd down, but the deep shot doesn't work. So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. Herbert. Short pass brought in. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
You know, I often say there is a fine line between aggressiveness and carelessness. And when you throw into double coverage, well, it can go either way. That time, a tremendous catch by his receiver on the other end.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. This is a guy who's used to embracing contact, Brock. Usually makes catches in spite of it, but I guess it's tough for anybody to make a play every time.
Yeah, I think these tight ends today, Kate, spend as much time in the old ice bath as just about anybody. And when you don't make that catch and you take the contact, well, that stings like the first seconds in the ice.
That chunk worth a nice 21 yards. And they'll have 1st down.
Nice to see that connection, that chemistry working between the two of them.
From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. It's Herbert once more. That's complete. Here's Kirk. And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. Hit made by T.J. Edwards. All right, here we go. Second down. Shotgun snap. A give to Robinson. And they've got him down near the red zone at the 22. It's a gain of 17 on that one. And that'll be a first down.
It's a gain of 17 yards. First down, Sacramento.
Back to throw. Here's Herbert. And the first down pass sent away by a defender, incomplete.
Any DB prefers a highlight reel interception and just force an incomplete pass. But as soon as he realized a pick wasn't possible on the play, he gets his hands on it and made sure it wasn't completed.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And that pushes them back. Third down coming up. Just 1 quarter remaining in this one. It's still just a one-score game as we resume play in the fourth. This offense looking to convert as they come up on third down. Shotgun snap to Herbert. Targeting the sideline, Kirk has it. And he goes out approaching that 10-yard line. So a timely moment for a big play, and they get the first on 3rd and 19.
Hey, let's get those next-gen stats out here, Kate. See just how far he had to run between the snap of the football and when he finally got the throw. Did a beautiful job of settling down into zone coverage, even though it took him a whole lot of distance to get there.
Herbert on first down. And this time they're going to get there, and they drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
I think his decision-making wrote a check that his legs couldn't catch this time. This QB can run, and he's ranging, looking for space, looking for an outlet. But there was none to be had. No escape route available this time.
Let's see what they dial up on a second and very long. Another try following the sack. Quick slant here to Kirk. And he gets this down to the 13-yard line. Wonder what's in the playbook here as they come up on 3rd and 11. Now Herbert to throw. The throw is caught. And this is down all the way to the 3.
Awareness. You've got to be aware. Play caller, quarterback, receiver have to be aware of where the sticks are. That route just not enough, not deep enough to extend the drive and move the chains.
One of the most common penalties in the sport, and the reaction, it's the same every time, Brock. Frustration from the coach as they get backed up 5 yards. Up and good from Fairbairn. And that'll push it to double digits in a 2-possession game.
It doesn't take a math major, Kate, to realize how important that field goal was. It's now a 2-score game really late and puts them in the driver's seat to go and finish this thing with the win.
Hardman with a return. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. The Bisons to returning their offense and this running back to the field. And he's already scored once this game, something he's made a bit of a habit of this season. As we see, he's among the league's best at finding that end zone. Offense ready to begin this drive, 1st and 10. They're carried by Harris here to start the drive. And they'll bring him down after a pretty short gain. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Here we go, 2nd and 9. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. 3rd and short, Daniels. Taken in by Harris. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. Ball on the 45, 1st and 10. And a man is there to knock that away.
That's just simply great positioning to swat the ball away. He stayed in a spot where he could disrupt the throw before the target could make a play on it.
2nd down and 10. Daniels finds his man. It's Godwin. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a 1st down.
You know, it sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap 1st down.
On target to Godwin. And they make the stop. We're going to say it about the 37-yard line. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Again, Daniels to the air. Bails out of the pocket quick. Now he takes it. It's a 23-yard pickup on the play. And that gives them the 1st.
Man, I don't ever want to be a defensive coordinator. They do so many things right to take away the pass, and then what happens? Well, you get a quarterback that lowers his head, gashes the defense with one of the biggest runs of the game. You take away the pass, but you can't stop the QB run.
Daniels on 1st down. This throw is caught. And he has it down to the 8-yard line on the play. Offense at the line, but they won't snap it. We've got a timeout. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game.
You get this big old dude like him in the slot, it's an automatic mismatch advantage. You're trading a little bit of speed, sure. You sure do get a lot of size. And anytime he's in the slot, you got to assume
he has the touchdown. So he looks to and finds the big fella, and his tight end takes it in for 6.
such a reliable weapon down in the red zone. You know, kind of reminds me like a point guard making an entry pass to that post player. When you trust your big people around you, and when a quarterback trusts his tight end like that, it makes a difference.
And now for the point after, and crucially to bring things within a field goal. And he connects there, so now another kick from him, a field goal, would tie this game in the fourth. Still some time left, most of the 2 minutes remaining. They need to get this onside kick back. And they've got it, they've recovered the onside kick. First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. They give to Harris from the gun. And not much doing, he stopped quickly. 3 yards on the first down play, and that brings up 2nd and 7.
Brings up 2nd and 7.
He'll look to throw it. He's got Harris. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Here he is to throw. And they got there in time. He's taken down. Clock working against him here as they hurry to that line. And they get to him and haul him down. What a play, forcing the sack, and that should just about put a bow on this one.
Coach is challenging to get the defense off the field with a stop. Rose to the challenge and delivered on that one, really overwhelming the line of scrimmage.
The Nighthawks ready for their next series, led out on offense by their quarterback. And this is some quality film review right here. Look at this, couple of touchdowns, good amount of yards too. He's been moving them down the field like only he can, putting together quite the game for himself in the process. First and 10 now from the 30. A handoff for Robinson, running right. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. Timeout taken by the defense, their second. And they'll have just one left to burn now. Everyone's prepped, it's 2nd down now. Staying with Robinson. And he's going to get this to the 29 before he stopped. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. Setting up for the kneel down on 3rd. They drop to a knee, and what little time we have left here is going to tick down.
Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And now their lead will push out beyond the field goal. So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And this winning streak continues to grow as they claim their 4th victory in a row. And with Brock Heward and our EA Sports crew, I'm Kate Scott saying so long from this one. The Nighthawks emerge as winners as we bid you farewell from Oklahoma City.
It's week 13 of the National Football League, and we'll see Evan Ingram. He's going to be a busy man in the passing game. It's the Snowhawks and the Shamrocks, and it's all just ahead on Madden NFL 25.
It's the National Football League presented by EA Sports. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, we look at this Toronto Ball Club as they interplay here. They come in losers in 2 straight, so they're trying to right the ship here a little bit.
They're teetering a little bit, aren't they? And now things could really go south if they lose this game, so they understand the importance of playing well and stopping this streak.
Meanwhile, for the visiting Dubliners, they come in the midst of a pretty bad stretch here. Losers of 5 straight.
So many different reasons teams hit the losing skids.
The calendar has turned to December, and we're in the home stretch now as we're underway in Week 13.
And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time.
They'll be led out by a longtime starter in the NFL, a former #1 overall pick way back in 2009. It's Matthew Stafford.
He had the numbers of a game last week that if you win, you talk about him being a gritty guy, managing the game, getting it done. But they lost. So obviously 2 interceptions, 1 touchdown pass, that's not going to be good enough. Got to get that changed around.
And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's 2nd down. And, Charles, you wonder about this defense coming in. I mean, look, it's no secret they're playing a team that's down on its luck right now. Losers of 5 straight. How does that change how you prepare for a game?
Well, to me, the first thought is you just get after them early, right? Take away any chance of them building any confidence. But the second thing is you prepare a little bit differently. You've got to expect this team to take chances, go for it on 3rd and 4th downs, run a lot of trick plays, anything to try and break their losing streak. So you must stay alert and stay aware.
They give them 12 yards and a first down.
All right, let's just go ahead and walk through this one pretty easily, right? Blast off the line of scrimmage, get downfield to a certain point, usually around 8 to 10 yards, turn around and make sure the quarterback sees your numbers and set yourself up for the pass.
A well-executed curl route by Charles Davis. Here's the first carry of the game for Zach Moss. And they'll get to him after a gain of 7 to the 47. Now, look, that wasn't a huge gain, but those are the types of carries I think they were missing in their loss last week. They couldn't get him going on the ground.
Did you get the same feeling I did during our meetings, that they kind of regretted that he didn't touch the ball?
Absolutely.
You know, hey, he should have touched it more last week. They weren't going to make that same mistake, and they've taken care of that early.
And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment. They'll run on first down with Moss. And this play will be blown up. He'll lose yardage back at the 38. So after the loss of a yard, they'll look to push forward here on 2nd down and 11. From the gun, here's Stafford. Short throw caught by Pitts. And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25. Give them 14 on that one and a first down.
He's certainly done a nice job spreading the field on this drive, and here he finds his big tight end for good yardage. And that's what you have to do. Keep defenses guessing about where you're going to go with the football.
Stafford. On this one, incomplete. The pressure got to him as he released it. And it's 2nd down. Out of the gun, Stafford. And it's caught. And he's into the end zone for the receiving touchdown. Kyle Pitts, his 5th touchdown now on the year. And the Shamrocks are on the board first here this afternoon.
The losing streak had taken on a life of its own, and I think it infiltrates a team when you're on that much of a slide. But this group has managed to focus, come out early, and put a touchdown on the board. They look like they mean business in this one.
They do. Now the key, holding on to that attitude, because, man, that streak has been a struggle for them. Point after, right down the middle. And it's now a 7-0 game. Sanchez now, he'll kick it away following the touchdown. And it's a pretty good return here, so he'll get this up to the 29. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. Leading him out is their rookie quarterback, the young man from the University of Michigan.
Okay, I thought there was something to build on in last week's game by his performance. I thought he played fairly well overall. The numbers won't knock your socks off. 2 touchdown passes and an interception. The bottom line, though, they lost.
Yeah.
How does he eliminate that 1 interception, continue to take care of the ball, and maybe increase the number of times he puts the ball in the end zone with the receiver?
Nice way to start the drive, a gain of 12 and a first down.
For a lot of guys playing this game, there's no better feeling than running right through a tackle. He's able to lower his center of gravity and churn his legs for a really nice pickup.
They stick to the ground game on first down. It's Williams. And he stopped immediately there. The linebacker, C.J. Mosley, in on the stop. 2nd and 10, a very chilly day here, but no snow. And I got to say, if it's going to be this cold, I want snow. You should see Charles' face. He's looking at me like I'm crazy. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1. So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the first down.
From the midfield stripe, they'll look to throw.
Pass taken in by his big tight end.
And he takes this one down almost all the way to the 30. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down.
Normally on third down and short yardage, you're thinking of throwing to your tight end. It's just going to be a simple chain mover. But this time they let him roam down the field, and a nice dart picks up the first down and then some.
Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on 1st and 10.
McCarthy operating from the gun. He'll connect on the out route with Ingram.
And outbounds right around the 20. Another nice gain. That's now 30 yards between those last two plays.
1st and 10 at the 20-yard line.
Throwing is McCarthy.
They'll set up the screen. This is Williams. And he gets it inside the 10 to the 9. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up.
The medical staff will attend to him, and we will step aside.
1st and goal, and a chance to get that initial touchdown right back. And he will take this one in for a touchdown.
J.J. McCarthy
doing it himself from 9 yards out.
And the Snowhawks respond to that opening drive touchdown with one of their own.
Well, I'd have to say that for him, that was an all-encompassing drive because it was his arm that got his team down to that point, but his legs that finished the deal. Give him credit for making it happen.
Extra point by Carlson, up and good. And we are tied at 7. So this drive spans 7 plays. Each team's had it. Each team has scored. 7-7 here as the kick's away.
And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line.
Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive.
This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated, they both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
7-7, our score after 1. Dublin with the football here to begin the second quarter as they've got it with a 1st and 10.
Here's a give to Moss out of the shotgun.
This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2.
Right back to Moss.
And he'll be brought down at the 48-yard line.
And hold on here, because on that last run, it looks like we have a player who was shaken up. The medical staff is going to come out here and take a look, and we will take a short break.
Now it's Stafford. And he's going to be hit and taken down. Back right around the 48-yard line.
That's Drake Jackson burying him and finishing the play.
So after the sack, they'll come up on a still manageable 2nd and 13.
They'll go up the middle here with Moss. And he's fortunate to get anything from that. Give him a yard up to the 49.
And this is why aggressive defense coordinators love to blitz. It wreaks havoc because they end up taking their attention to the blitzers, freed up the D lineman to make the play.
And the pressure gets to him and brings him down. Stafford is sacked. It's a loss of 10 on the sack, and it leads to 4th.
Now that was a passer's nightmare. The front door totally shut down by the defense, so he kept going backwards, hoping to find another avenue of escape. It didn't exist.
To punt on 4th down, here's Rigoberto Sanchez. Only 2 punts for him last week in the loss as he gets this one away. And a fair catch called for and made just outside the 15-yard line. The Snowhawks offense and their quarterback coming out for their second drive. And he's been very impactful when using his legs this year, both when the pocket breaks down and by design. You notice his name sits near the top when looking at the league leaders in rushing yards by a quarterback. They begin the drive with Williams. And he's going to be met at the line of scrimmage and taken down. There with a tackle, Dietrich Wise Jr. 2nd and 10. They'll send a receiver here in motion right. To the air with McCarthy. A short throw to Ingram. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1. That catch, by the way, number 505 of his career, and that ties him with a couple of other tight ends for the past, Frank Wycheck and Dallas Clark.
And those guys are excellent players, but how about what we're seeing right now? 505 and rising. What a nice career he's put together.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he's going to have the first down, yardage to the 35. That gain of 9 buys them a new set of downs. Of course, he was solid last week. AFC Offensive Player of the Week award. 2 touchdowns in that game.
Yeah, he's playing at a level right now where he's just breaking down defenses. Makes me remember when I was playing and my defensive back coach told me, listen, if you give up a touchdown pass, that's on me. I didn't coach you well enough. If you give up a second one, that's on you. And if there's a third one, I'm getting someone else in the game.
Man open left side. It's Williams. Following the play now, they're going to stop the clock here as a man is shaken up. Hopefully, obviously nothing serious here. Medical staff, though, going to take a peek, and we'll take a break. Game clock at 2:01. Time for one final play before the 2-minute warning. Now they run the option on 2nd down. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. Coming up at halftime, I'll go from one personality, that's you, Charles Davis, to another one in Orlando, the coach. He'll have stats and scores from around the NFL. You and Jonathan. And trying to get it to Samuel, but it's intercepted. And his guys are going to get the football at their own 47-yard line. They brought the house that time on a young rookie, maybe a little rattled through the pick.
And you have to be prepared for a lot of pressure as a rookie quarterback because most defensive coordinators are going to test you that way. So when you see that, the ball's got to get out of your hands quickly, and that means your receivers have to understand they have to break off their routes quickly as well.
Dublin's offense now set to take over. They start near midfield following the interception as they begin 1st and 10. They've got good starting field position as they come up here 1st and 10 on their side of midfield at the 47. After the interception, here's Stafford. Short throw caught by Pitts. And down he goes at the 49, a 3-yard pickup. Stafford now to throw. That's to the rookie from Texas, Adonai Mitchell. And they'll work this down to the 40-yard line, tackled there.
It's a gain of 10. First down, Shamrocks.
Here's Stafford. Short throw caught by Pitts. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard. From the 31, here comes 2nd and a yard. Moss on the give up the middle. And he'll only get a yard to bring up 3rd and 1. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as the stoppage will come with 23 seconds to go till halftime. From the gun on 3rd down, Stafford. Able to find the open man. That's complete. Now another timeout called for by the offense. So that means they're down to 1 remaining here as we head toward halftime. They'll send Mitchell in motion right. Back to throw, Stafford. Oh, he rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Brandon Jones picking it off. And his guys have got it back at the closing stages of the first half.
And as we've seen, points have been precious so far, and they just threw something away on that snap. And look, let's face it, as we advance further into this game, that play will be on the minds of everyone who's watching it. They wonder if this is the turning point. Is this the spot where those points were given away and could cost them a ball game?
The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And the ball backed way up, so thinking with this amount of time on the clock, probably just sit on it, and we'll see these two teams go to the lockers.
Yeah, I don't think you want to overthink it in this situation. Either side of the ball. Just go ahead and finish up the half and get on out and talk about it.
So a touchdown apiece. That's what we have to show at halftime as they head to the locker room. 7-7 our score. As we'll head down to Orlando, that's where we find our man Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
All right, Brandon, thank you very much. We're starting to get near the home stretch of this NFL season. It's Week 13, so let's get an update on what's going on. We'll begin out in the capital of Utah, Salt Lake City, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Jameis Winston, sharp in the victory, as his guys double up their records at 8-4 on the year. From there, let's head off and check out a second game. And as you see, they were losers earlier this afternoon. Jalen Hurts, outstanding again as his guys up their record to 10-2 now on the year. We thought this one would be a close battle coming in, and we have not been disappointed. They're all even to this point. This has the feeling of a game that could go right down to the wire. One mistake or one big play could turn out to be the difference.
All right, Coach, thanks. Yeah, both teams likely to make some changes in what's been a closely fought battle to this point. And they will wrangle it down a couple yards shy of the 30. And this offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. It's a tied football game here. What do you think, Charles, the message was at halftime?
Well, I think that they probably just looked at things and said, we're fortunate that this is a tie game. No need to panic. No need to change a whole lot. We didn't play anything close to our best in the first half, so we don't have to go out and win one for the Gipper. Let's just go out and play our best football and win one for us.
The completion, but they go in the wrong direction. A loss of yards, and now they're dealing with a 2nd and long. McCarthy, he'll set to throw it. Got his man, it's Williams. And he gets this up just shy of the 30 to the 29 before he's out of bounds. They'll come to the line here needing 9 yards to pick up the first. They'll go play action. Here's McCarthy sliding out of the pocket. Now he's loose at the 40. Big yardage there on the scramble. It gets him a first down.
I haven't met a quarterback yet that didn't enter the league with a massive chip on his shoulder if he wasn't a first-round pick. They want to show the league that they made a big mistake. Determined to get the first down there, no hesitation at all to tuck it and go. I bet he would have tried running through their entire defense if it meant reaching that marker.
Now a first down carry. It's Williams. Trucks over him. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. 11 more yards that go around, a first down as well.
We don't talk about it very often, but sometimes there's a dip in intensity when you start the second half, which can manifest itself in some sloppy tackling. And how about right there? He ran right through that weak tackle attempt.
From the shotgun, McCarthy. And he's got his man in stride, complete. And he's tackled a yard short of the marker. Good gain of 9 on first down. Ball at the 8 here for 2nd and a yard, maybe a touch less. And he's going to be brought down just shy of the 5 at the 6. Give him 2 yards. That sets him up 1st and goal. And a minuscule gain of maybe a yard from the 6 to the 5. But not much on that run, Charles.
No, that's exactly the way to execute a run blitz there. They guessed correctly that they would move the ball on the ground. honed in on it and stopped him. Mark that down for a win in the defense.
Williams loses the football. But it looks like one of the DBs has it. And a big turnover there as his guys will get the football back. And at this stage in the game, sure, you wanted the touchdown. You're already in the red zone, but boy, you squandered a chance to at least get the field goal there, so no points out of this, and we stay tied.
Very disappointed team. No one more disappointed than the kicker who thought he had a chance to be the hero of the day. All they had to do is trot him out on the field. They didn't even give him an opportunity.
Following the fumble recovery, Stafford. He finds his man, complete. That's Moss. And he's taken down, but able to get this up to the 20-yard line. So the previous play, a big help, as now they'll have it 1st and 10 up at the 20. Stafford. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down. On the handoff, it's Moss. Stays on his feet, and he'll get this up to the 30-yard line. It's a 1st down on a gain of 10. Now, they struggled to get him rolling on the ground in the first half, and that's sort of continuing here in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, but I don't think it's time to abandon the running game. I would say keep feeding the horse, and I believe he'll eventually reward them, especially as we get deeper in the game.
And that'll be knocked away. It's incomplete.
So many times when we talk about coverage, we're just about a defender running with a receiver, but a big part of it is understanding where the football is, finding it. In this case, when it arrived, it wasn't a surprise, and he was able to bat it away.
Now Stafford. Throw right side, going to be complete to Moss. They get 6. That'll leave them with 3rd and 4. Throwing is Stafford. To the sideline and incomplete. Well, the incompletion, but now we also have an injured player. While they come out and take a look at him, we will step aside for just a moment. Now here's Rigoberto Sanchez as he'll punt it away for the 2nd time. 44 on his first punt, and this is a good kick as well. Call that a 45-yard punt, just 2 yards there on the return. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. We have not seen much on offense here from either side these last few drives. We've hit a wall, so to speak.
And have hit it hard, haven't we? Because the defenses right now, they seem to be a step ahead, don't they? Beating them to the point of attack, beating them to the punch. These offensive guys, they're tinkering like crazy. What's it going to take to get back on track?
Yeah, both sides searching for adjustments. Welcome back to Toronto. All even as we get ready to start the 4th. A loss of a yard there to start out. That leads to a 2nd and 11. Thielen going to go in motion right. That's complete to the receiver, Thielen. And he'll get nothing out of that one. So they'll get nothing out of that play. And that's going to lead to a 3rd and 11. Looking to throw McCarthy. Pressure comes and down he goes. Credit the sack there to Arden Key. We've seen him escape similar situations earlier in the game and get away for pretty good yardage. At that time, they get him down.
Yeah, they've had enough evidence that he can get away and run for good yardage, haven't they? That time it felt like, okay, enough of this. Let's play it the right way and get him on the ground before he does any damage.
So possession goes over here on the punt. And they will take over 1st and 10. They'll start on the ground with Moss. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. Here's 2nd and 3. They'll send a receiver in motion to the right. Stafford popping this forward. It's a jet sweep. And this won't be enough to pick up the first. A gain of 2, 3rd and 1. A field goal from this spot likely out of the question. They've got to get closer here on 3rd down. They'll try and run for this with Moss. And he's taken down at the 43, but not before picking up the first. 42 yards on the ground for him now on 9 carries. Now Stafford. Pass complete there to Harrison. So 5 yards here, 5 on the play, and that'll make it 2nd down.
One thing you're hoping for when you run drag routes, you're able to hit a receiver in stride, and he can pick up a lot of yardage after the catch. But in this situation, the defense was effective, able to stop him before he could get a good head of steam going.
And the pressure gets to him and brings him down. Stafford is sacked. They'll wind up losing 10 on the sack, and it'll lead to a 3rd and long.
Okay, I'm not sure you could actually draw a better pass rush than that one right there. Nowhere to go outside. He had to keep backing up and backing up and backing up. Eventually dropped for a huge loss.
This crowd turning up the decibel level. It's 3rd and long. To throw is Stafford. Throw over the middle, going to be caught here by Pitts. And he can only manage to take the football to the 40, and that is well shy of the 1st down marker. And this one is no good. He missed it. And a costly one there as this game remains tied here in the 4th. What a tough spot to miss a kick. Just an absolute letdown.
Look, they got themselves in the field goal range, gave them a chance to take the lead. They come up empty, and now you wonder, will their offense ever see the football again?
Yeah, because on the other side, one through the post, and this thing could be over. Here's 1st and 10. Now McCarthy. And that went to the right side and incomplete. To give you an idea of how accurate he's been throwing the football, we're the 2nd half. That's just his 2nd incompletion.
Well, if he's that locked in, that means everyone's locked in, because to me it's like throwing a no-hitter in baseball. The pitcher may get the credit, a lot of people making plays behind him in the field.
Man open, that's Deebo Samuel. And he's brought down. Plenty of time. All 3 timeouts still remain. Here's 1st and 10 now.
It drives some people crazy to see those short throws underneath. They've got to find a way to gash the defense downfield.
Here comes 2nd down. McCarthy going to throw again. And he can't get a throw off. He's taken down. What a huge play at this point in the game. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. A short throw to Ingram. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts, as the clock will stop with 55 seconds remaining in the football game. Here's Sam Martin now, as he'll kick it away for the 2nd time. And this is going to be ruled out, I think, just inside the 20. Yes, it will. Side judge calls it at the 19-yard line. Dublin's offense now set to take over. Well, partner, here it is. They've got the chance to win the game. You'd have to think they need to get it near the opposite 40 to have a chance to kick a game-winning field goal. We'll see what they can do.
And you're right about that, because if we look at it in macro, that's what it looks like. But I think in micro, the head coach has already asked the special teams coach, what is he feeling? What does he think? Where does he want the football? What's the yard line we have to get? and he's already relayed that to his quarterback and his offense. They know what the goal is. Now the key, can they get there?
Oh, what a nice tackle there. That will hardly move the needle at all offensively. A very short game. And we need overtime to decide this one after 4 quarters of play. We're all even. The extra session in a moment. This is the NFL on EA Sports. And here in overtime, if the team that receives the ball scores a touchdown, it's over. If they don't, we can still have some more football.
That's exactly right. If they go down and kick a field goal, the other team gets a possession to either match it or score a touchdown to win the ball game. If both teams kick field goals, the next team to score wins. But if the receiving team throws a pick six or fumbles the ball and it gets picked up by the defense and they score, the game is over at that point.
Well, 4 quarters couldn't decide things, so it's on to overtime here as the kick is away. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. Toronto's offense ready to take over. All set up for them right now, Charles. Opening possession of overtime. They've got the football. They also obviously have this home crowd behind them in a big way.
They get that extra energy from them, but they've got to be careful not to let that adrenaline get away from them and play too fast or create errors of their own making. Use that energy, embrace it, but make sure they channel it the right way. They've got a chance to go downfield, score a touchdown, and end this game.
Now a first throw here in overtime. A short throw to Ingram, and he's taken down but able to slip across the 35. 63 yards receiving for him now, and that last catch good enough for a first down. Throwing is McCarthy. He'll get this to the longtime Charger. It's Keenan Allen, and he'll be stopped right at midfield. Back-to-back nice plays, 12 yards that time, and a first down. On play action, McCarthy. We'll play only the 1 overtime here. If time runs out, it'll be a tie as they come up on second down. Out of the pistol, here's Williams. And the reinforcements come in as they're going to stop him behind the line. 3rd and 12. To the air with McCarthy. He's got his target. That's complete. And they'll get him down as he's inside the 40. So he hooked up with a veteran there, and in overtime, that's not a bad idea. Go with the age and the experience.
Yeah, because sometimes the young guys, they give you the fresh legs and give you all that bounce. But in this type of a situation, sometimes those legs slow down a little bit as the enormity of the moment overwhelms them. The veteran guys, they tend to come through.
Open man, once again, it's Thielen. And he takes this just a few yards shy of the red zone before going out. This is a big spot for a rookie QB, and overtime's kind of where you earn your stripes, isn't it?
It really is, and we've talked with enough coaches and players about how these youngsters are getting into the game and playing this at such a high level so early. But overtime, that's an entirely different animal, and he's handling it well.
Yeah, starting to put together a nice drive. Once that ball was popped in the air, you could almost hear the silence, the collective breath being held here in the stadium.
Let's be honest about it. We both came out of our chairs, didn't we? All right, anytime you see the ball in the air like that, there is that collective rise, the crowd holding its breath, and boy, oh boy, the moment of truth as it comes down. Man, that was something.
Everything magnified here in overtime. Coming up on a 3rd and 9. Opening drive of overtime as they look to convert. Here's McCarthy. Quick hitter here, it's complete. And he's going to be stopped well short of what he needed as the tackle is made at the 18-yard line.
Excellent job there defensively. Gave up the underneath to the tight end on 3rd down, and they made sure that they did their job. Got him on the ground and prevented him picking up a first down.
So they do get the short field goal here to get them the all-important overtime lead. But, Charles, you wonder if they'll wind up ruining the fact that they were able to get down into the red zone, yet not able to find the touchdown that would have won them the game.
Brandon, you're absolutely right. In overtime, when you get the ball first, the hope is your opponents never see the football. But now they're going to get a drive to try and win it, or at least keep the game alive with a field goal. And I'm getting a dictionary out to look up ruin.
Dublin's offense now set to take over. Well, it's pretty simple now. They need a field goal out of this drive to extend overtime, or obviously, Charles, a touchdown to win it.
Yeah, and I'm taking the defense's perspective on this one, partner, because now they know with a 3-point lead, they can afford to give that up because you just keep playing, right? Overtime gets extended. But if you give up the touchdown, it's game over. So on offense, every play you make, you've got to try and get just a little bit more out of each one in order to try and get to the end zone, because they're going to play everyone back, keep everything in front.
Now throw right side here, going to be incomplete.
And that's the knowledge you gain from being in this league for a long time. He's learned the hard way when to give up and fight another down. And that's a smart move to throw it away.
Stafford. Able to complete to Moss. And they will get the conversion on third down, but the clock, a more pressing factor. Now a timeout called for by the offense. It'll be their second and final timeout, remember, here in overtime. We'll be back. To the air again, Stafford. Well, this is taken in. It's complete. It was a long shot, but they did get one final chance to try to score and overcome this small deficit. No touchdown, though, Charles, and that brings this one to a close.
Yeah, I think Hope was wearing one jersey and Worry was wearing another on the other sideline as that final snap played out. Now, we've seen some incredible plays to win games before, but in this case, I think the distance was just a little bit too great for it to happen here.
So for Toronto, they move back over 500 at 7-6. And they'll be able to enjoy this one through the bye week before they get back at it again. Meanwhile, for Dublin, this season is beyond salvage now as they fall to 2-10. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. So for Charles Davis and our entire crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. Next game, guess what? Charles and I will be here again. It's the NFL on EA Sports.
It's Week 13 of the National Football League, and we'll see the lefty, Tua Tagovailoa. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Lumberjacks and the Tigers on Monday night.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League takes us to British Columbia and the gleaming jewel that is Vancouver, Canada. Hello again, everyone. Brandon Gaudin, Charles Davis joining you from the booth. And, Charles, we take a peek at this Vancouver team entering play.
They come into this one knowing it's been a while since tasting victory. They've dropped 4 in a row.
Can they remember what it was like to win a game? In these types of situations, you're looking for someone to inspire you, and it doesn't have to be one of your best players either.
Meanwhile, for the visitors from Canton,
it's late in the year. We all know it. We've seen the calendar for these guys. Their bodies could probably use a break, but they have to push on.
And they're really not as worried about that as maybe...
Now the kicker, that's Cameron Dicker, set to get us started. And we are underway from Vancouver. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time.
They will be led out by the 6-foot lefty from Alabama. It's Tua Tagovailoa.
And there was a positive in last week's loss. No interceptions thrown by him. But he only threw 1 touchdown pass, and you know he wants that to improve. He might even consider that as part of the reason that they couldn't take the win last time out. I believe we'll see a more aggressive version of him this week whenever they're nearing the end zone.
It's a loss of 4 on that first play, and it's second down.
That was well played there defensively. 2 tight ends in the formation, which essentially gave them 7 blockers up front. Hard to imagine with all that size and beef that they could let a tackler through, but that's exactly what happened. A loss resulted.
And he'll be upended here after a pickup of 3, getting it out to the 25. Little trouble thus far on their opening drive as they come up on a 3rd and 11. Tagovailoa working out of the gun.
Oh, his first throw of the game, going to be intercepted. Isaiah Simmons picking it off.
And he'll return this ball across midfield to the 47-yard line. So far this season, this defense has had their issues against the pass, so that's a great sign for them to get the early pick.
Yeah, confidence builder for them and an absolute shock for the quarterback because he went into it. He saw the numbers we saw. He watched them on tape. I think he came into this one thinking this is going to be a big day, and it very well could be. But early in this one, advantage defense.
So now you've got their offense coming out for the first time with great initial field position. And they will be led out by their signal caller in his 2nd year in the NFL now.
Would you say that last week's performance by him, workmanlike in terms of numbers?
1 touchdown, 1 pick, but obviously a loss.
Yeah, that's the bottom line for it.
Oh, his first throw of the game, going to be intercepted. Well, he had to wait until December, but congrats to the rookie, his first INT.
Yeah, he's been a reliable contributor for this defense throughout the season. Definitely got a bright future and has gotten even brighter after making that play.
The Lumberjacks offense and Tua Tagovailoa headed back out onto the field. And he continues to be a nightmare for teams to defend in the red zone. You see the graphic. He's 2nd in the NFL in terms of rushing touchdowns by a quarterback.
After the turnover, it's Tua.
Open man is the rookie, Theo Johnson.
And he gets it down a yard or 2 shy of the 30 before he's out of bounds.
From the 31, here's 2nd and 4.
Looking to pass. Tua.
Has this complete to Daniel Bellinger.
A 6-yard pass on back-to-back plays. Picks up the first.
Swift going to try up the middle. And he gets forward up the middle, but only for a couple. It'll be 2nd down. These are his numbers from last week's contest. 9 carries, 61 yards.
They've lost a bunch of games in a row now. They've got to start thinking a little bit differently, maybe a little bit outside of the box. Find other ways to move the football. I don't know if you're going to do it through the air or maybe change up how you establish your run game.
And he rifles one incomplete.
Nowadays, quarterbacks don't mind throwing into coverage because of the confidence they have in their receivers to come down with the ball. But sometimes you have to be careful you don't get too confident and throw an interception.
And he's going to be taken down back around the 35-yard line.
Holding offense.
So they will take the sack instead of the penalty.
And it takes another down off the series. But the biggest one of all, do you want to tell the guy who just got the sack that it no longer counts?
No.
No, not at all.
So he's been automatic to this point of the season, and he connects on the field goal there.
And what a luxury it is to have a kicker you can depend upon, partner, because he hasn't missed all year long. Converts on that one as well. And kudos to you. You didn't jinx him.
And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. Their second drive here, the ballgame, Charles. Remember last time they threw the interception, but the defense held up. It bent a little but didn't break, only giving up the 3 points.
Yeah, obviously they left some points on the table there their last time out, but boy, they have to thank their defense for holding the opposition just 3 after they threw the pick. Their turn now. Back out on the field, put together a good drive, and get some points of their own.
A first carry now for Kareem Hunt. 6 yards the pickup, and that's a first down.
A quick burst there, and he nicely bit off a pretty decent gain.
So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. Now here's Young. It's taken in by Quentin Johnston. And he'll be taken down, but not before he works it past the 50. On first down, they'll run with Hunt. And that play will go nowhere. Losing yardage back near midfield at the 49. It was Will McDonald bursting in there and making that play. Now they contend with a 2nd and 12 after the loss. Here's Young. Short throw, it's Higbee. Now an injured player here, so a stoppage, and that's Jameson Williams who's shaken up. So as the medical staff takes a look, we'll step aside. This now a 3rd and 4. Young now. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he'll go out of bounds after taking it a little further down inside the 40. It's the first time that they've looked his way tonight, and he comes up with a first down on the play. From the shotgun, it's Young. And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's 2nd down. Now a handoff. Hunt's going to run left. And that one opened up for him well as he'll take this down to the 26-yard line. 3-0 after 1 on EA Sports. Ready for the second quarter, and it's our visitors with the football as they've got it with a 1st and 10. Throwing, Young. He's got Wilson, middle of the field. And they'll get this down to the 10. 15 more there, and they're on a roll. It's another first down.
Well, coaches always talk about finding balance on offense. I don't think you can get much more balance than this. Big-time run, big-time pass.
A 1-2 combination. Looked pretty good.
How about that? Let's see if they can continue to take that kind of a punch, though.
Now Young. Flush to his right. The improv on the scramble there gets him 6, and it'll be 2nd down.
You know what I like about that play? He didn't try to do too much on first down. He took what the defense gave him, put together a solid game to bring up second and manageable. Now they have a couple of plays to pick up just a few yards and a new set of downs.
And that'll be incomplete. We do have a penalty flag down, however. Let's see what that's about. Well, every lineman knows the rule. You only get a 1-yard buffer beyond that line of scrimmage, and then the flag is thrown, and he got tagged for it there. To throw, Young. Toward the end zone, but that's going to wind up incomplete.
Oh, they were so close. That close to their first points of the game. Just needed to hang on just a second longer, but he couldn't complete the process of the catch through the jostling from the defender.
And they're going to get to him, a sack. Sack back at the 9-yard line. Brian Brzee able to record his 5th sack of the season. Cameron Dicker on now to try the field goal. From the right hash, and this one just a chippy. And his kick here is good. And that will tie us at 3-3. So they get 3, certainly hoping for 6 after a 13-play drive.
So you console yourself on defense by saying you did your job, right? If they go 13 plays, you only give up a field goal, you did a nice job there. But here's the other part. 13 plays, you don't force any mistakes, you don't take the ball away. Maybe that's the way they should look at it.
And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line. The Vancouver offense out and about set for another series in the midst of, well, let's just say a not-so-rosy losing streak. They've got the open week, though, coming up next weekend, so you have to figure this to be a game that they dearly love to have.
Oh, indeed. They have to have this one because that's something positive to take with you when you go away for a few days, and it actually releases your mind. If they lose this one, that mind stays cluttered the entire time they're away, and they've got to scramble to get back in sync when they start playing again.
On play action, here's Tua. Here's one deep for Pickens. And he bats it away, and it falls down incomplete.
I like the thought process there. They connected on a big play, and sometimes you find the defense vulnerable. So they went for the bigger shot, went for it all on that one. This time, they were ready for it.
He finds Hopkins complete, and he gets this inside the 35-yard line. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 33-yard line.
They run out of the gun with Swift. And this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on 1st down.
Good yardage there on 1st down. Exactly what you want. Get yourself set up to keep making 1st downs, keep the clock running. And if they're smart, you're starting to milk the clock. No hurry before you run your 2nd down play.
And taking it to the 15-yard line before he's brought down. Give him 10 yards there as this offense is on a roll. This drive continues to plunge forward.
What a drive this has been, just chewing up the yardage. And here's one of their best plays yet as they finally get down into the red zone and look to finish this off with 6.
Line of scrimmage, the 15. It's 1st and 10. Tua going to throw. Again, it's Johnson. And able to get him down, but he does reach the 5. 10 more for him on that one. He's been a busy man. It's a 1st down. Tua sets up to pass it. Got his tight end. That's complete. That's Johnson. Only a yard on the completion. It's 2nd and goal.
It's a gain of a yard. Brings up 2nd and goal at the 3-yard line.
And again, it's Tagovailoa. Nowhere to go here. He lost the football. Oh, one of the linebackers has got it. He's got daylight. And he's going to bring the fumble back for a touchdown. How about that for a momentum swing? You had it goal to go. Not only do you cough it up, but they pick it up and return it all the way for a touchdown.
And now you have to give oxygen to the entire team because what a letdown that was. Terrific drive. Looked like you're going to get points. Instead, the other team registers them on the scoreboard.
And for the extra point, Cameron Dicker. And it is up. And it's good. That'll make our score 10-3 now. So here's the kickoff now as they'll get it again following that fumble return for a score. And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. This offense back to work now late in this first half. And with just under a minute to go, they might try to think about mounting a drive here if they can and get in the end zone. Could potentially tie this game up. Here's Tua. There's a short one caught by Johnson. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they get the stoppage with a little over 50 seconds to go in the first half. He gets this one to Johnson. And he's able to take it across midfield before going out of bounds. 2 yards to go, second down.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2.
Here's Tagovailoa to throw. And his throw is incomplete.
This is what defensive coaches ask of their defenders every single ball game. Get a hand on every throw in coverage. They want the deflections. They want the knockaways. Pick it yourself if you can, but at least knock it down and guarantee it's incomplete.
Steps away, and he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. So on now is the Clemson man, Bradley Pinion, to punt this one away. Greg Stroman back deep waiting for it. A 40-yard punt, give him 3 on the return. And out will come the offense as they take over. The visitors' offense and their running back getting ready to go back to work. We get a look at the league leaders in receiving touchdowns by a running back, and he sets the pace here in the latter stages of the season. Young will set to throw. Short throw, it's Higbee. Call it a gain of a yard, and that's going to bring up second down. And unless this is a quick incompletion, this is likely the last play here of this first half. Final play of the half, Young. He's going to dump this off to his running back, Hunt. And they'll blow that one up back at the 16-yard line. So we have reached halftime with a touchdown. That's the difference on the scoreboard. As we send you to our EA studios in Orlando, here's Jonathan Coachman with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Brandon, thanks very much. We'll get back to you and Charles in a minute. But first, time to give the folks at home a look at what's going on around the NFL. We'll begin out in the capital of Utah, Salt Lake City, where you see the final score there. Jameis Winston, sharp in the victory as his guys double up their record to 8-4 on the year. From there, we're off to check out another game. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. This has certainly been a fun one to watch so far. We knew this was going to be a battle, and we have not been disappointed. This is the kind of game that could wind up hinging on which side can play mistake-free football the rest of the way.
Okay, Coach, thanks as always. This one's still anyone's game as we welcome you back for quarter number 3. So the halftime break behind us, and we are back underway with the third quarter of action. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The visitors' offense and Bryce Young headed back onto the field. And the numbers have looked good this season. Case in point right here. He is up there among the NFL leaders in TD passes. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And both of these defenses have been stifling these last few drives offensively. Just not able to get anything going, so what needs to change?
I think a lot of the guys will go back and review, so to speak, because everyone has someone assigned to how did each play work. Okay, what did we use that kind of worked for us during this game? Try and get back to some of those plays, as well as the possibility of showing something you haven't shown already in this game and trying to change things up.
We'll see if they take the advice of Mr. Davis. So after the second down incompletion, they'll come up now against a 3rd and 6. Young. And this is going to be incomplete.
And so many times we look at the opening drive of the third quarter as a tone setter, and many coaches do emphasize it, and that's a strong performance there defensively to force incompletion and, more importantly, force a quick punting situation.
And a fair catch signaled for and taken just outside the 20-yard line. The Lumberjacks offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And it's been a rough night at the office for him. He's been more of a liability than an asset throughout the contest. And this offense is having a hard time overcoming his struggles to this point. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And, Charles, they're certainly still right in this game, but they need that offense to wake up and in a hurry.
Yeah, I like the way you put it. They certainly did seem to sleepwalk a bit in the first half. Now that their defense has done its job, it's their turn now to go out and try and get some points.
Ball on the 30 now. Here's 2nd and 2.
Brings up 2nd and 2.
Going to the air. Tagovailoa. He's going to get that to Swift underneath. And he'll get it up to the 33-yard line. They'll get 3 as the drive continues. It's a first down. They will run straight ahead with Swift. 5 yards on the carry. Good pickup on first down.
I have to think a major focus of the halftime meetings had to be figuring out how to create space for the running game to get operating.
Well, what you pointed out to me at half seems accurate. That line has struggled to sustain blocks.
Yeah, I would agree with that totally. They've got to focus on staying on their double teams at the first level, make sure that block's secured before they slide off and try and chip someone at the second level.
No gain on the play there, so they're left with a 3rd down and 6. Now Tua. That's complete to DeAndre Swift out of the backfield. And he brings this up to the 46. Good enough for the first. It's an 8-yard pickup and leads to a new set of downs.
Another catch for him there on this drive, Brandon. And it looks like they're going to utilize him out of the backfield any way they can. And that time they pick up a first down. So now on defense, do you assign a man to him and try and cover him before he gets going?
Throwing now is Tagovailoa. Throwing left sideline there, but it's incomplete.
Offense was moving it a little bit, had them back on their heels, but they earned a brief pause by forcing the incompletion. That gives them a quick chance to regroup and try and mount a stand before they're backed up even further.
Back to the running game with Swift. Pushing forward for 3 up to the 48.
Well, they're hoping that the second half is better for him than the first half. They've got to find a way to get him going. He's a big part of their offense.
It's 3rd and 7.
Play action. Now it's Tua. Well, the pressure gets there, and Tua is going to be taken down. DJ Jones able to drop him that time for his 2nd sack of the evening.
Well, this has turned into an absolute week to forget for this quarterback. Multiple sacks. Pair that with multiple turnovers. As far as he's concerned, if he ever sees this defense again, it'll be way too soon.
Here's Bradley Pinion now as he's on here to punt it away. Fielded just inside the 20. It's a 40-yard punt, 6 yards on the return.
The Canton offense takes over once again.
And our game's hit a little bit of a lull here, a little bit of a snag. Punts on back-to-back drives.
And old school coaches don't necessarily mind that. Didn't turn it over, right? Didn't create a big play for the other team. Right now what you're looking for is can you gain an advantage in field position? And that's what both teams are seeking right now.
Yeah, they'll be seeking to gain that advantage here on this drive. Short throw, it's Higbee. And he'll be out of bounds across the 30-yard line.
Holding offense.
They'll come up now on a 2nd and long after the hold. Now Young. Short throw, it's Higbee. They'll get him to the ground at the 20 following a pickup of 4.
How to approach this. 3rd down and 16 yards to go.
Looking to throw, Young. He's airing it out for Williams. And that's caught inside the 30. And all the way in for the touchdown.
Jamison Williams.
His 6th touchdown of the season.
And the Tigers will add on to their lead here in the final minute of the 3rd.
He's tough to contain as it is, but in man coverage with a pretty deep pass downfield, really tough to contain.
And it's so difficult because every play you've got to consider he might try and run past you. So your goal as a defensive back is to give him plenty of cushion, meaning lots of space between you and him. If he wants to catch the short stuff, come up and secure the tackle, hit him a bunch during the game, and try and keep him in front. But if you turn your head for a second, if your concentration wanes,
bye-bye.
He just takes off and goes, and I think that's what we just saw there.
Here's Dicker now as he'll send this one away. And he'll be stopped up at the 25. The Vancouver offense out and about set for another series. And they have had their problems moving the ball through the air as we take you through some of the action from earlier. This secondary has played about as well as you can. Many times they've left this quarterback with nowhere to go with the football. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Over on the sideline, hoping to hit that reset button between possessions. Last time out, they had to punt it away. This time, hoping to finish this.
Breaks the tackle. He's got room to run.
Finding room at midfield.
And he'll get this down to the 39-yard line. 36 yards on the play. Before they can snap it, time runs out on this 3rd quarter of play. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports as we are set to bring you the home stretch here, the 4th quarter. Looking to pass. Tua. And he's going to get this down near the 20-yard line. The coverage may be too good that time as he breaks away for 19 with his legs and a 1st down.
Has not been a big game for him throwing the football. I think he feels like, let's try something different. Let's use the legs here and see if we can make some plays.
And no passing touchdowns, yardage not where he would like it. Try something new. It worked there. They'll look to throw now on 1st down. And the coverage terrific there as that's knocked down and incomplete.
This could be the start of a nice stand from this defense now after getting walked backwards on this drive. Come through with another one here, and you have them staring at a 3rd and long, and that puts the defense in a position to dictate to the offense.
Caught left side, Hopkins. And he'll go out of bounds in the red zone just inside the 20. 4 yards the gain, and it'll bring up a 3rd down.
3rd and 6.
On the handoff, this is Swift.
Fights him off. And this won't do it. He needed 6. He only got halfway there.
Well, this was just simply excellent defense. On this third down, they had to be alert for the possibility of a pass, but that didn't stop them at all from understanding what was going on when they decided to run the football, and they just swarmed and stuffed them for almost no gain.
All right, they're going to try and keep hope alive here on 4th down. They're going for it. They're going for it. Here's Tua with it. Forced out to his left. And he picks up the first as he's able to take it down to the 7-yard line. The time to pull out the stops is now, and they convert there on 4th down. 1st and goal, and they got to be thinking a chance to get right back into this football game. Here's Swift. And that'll move him a little closer as he takes it from the 7 down to the 4-yard line. 2nd and goal from inside the 5. And he just chucked that one out of bounds, out of everyone's reach. Maybe a wise call not to take a sack in this part of the field. It brings up 3rd down. Tua now, 3rd and goal. And he will take it in for the touchdown. George Pickens from 4 yards out. And the Lumberjacks have made it a one-score game again here in the 4th. So how about that for an answer? They get the touchdown there, and it's back to a one-score game here in the 4th.
And that's what these guys have done all game long because they've scratched and slashed their way to stay in this game. And by now, we should all realize they're not going away. Now the pressure again swings to their defense because they're going to need to find some way to get the ball back.
Well, partner, since this new 2-point rule came into play, offenses spend a lot more time working on it. That means the defenses are doing the exact same thing.
Now Pinion with the kickoff honors following the touchdown. And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. Here comes the Canton offense to set up shop. Right now clinging to a one-score lead, Charles, and I think operating within that 4-minute offense with a little less than 4 minutes to go applies here, right?
It certainly does, and that means the playbook is still wide open. But you are a little bit more careful about what you're calling. You want plays that are going to gain yardage, how would you say it, consistently, right? You don't need the big shots downfield, but make sure the clock continues to run. Pile up the first downs. And the goal, end the game with your quarterback kneeling down at the end, and you still have the lead.
Young. It's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect.
The good signal callers would never go back in the huddle and play the blame game because they need those guys to protect him. But on that last one, his offensive line, they lost their leverage very quickly, and that's why they were able to get to him and hit him as he tried to throw the football and force an incompletion.
And this pass broken up. Excellent coverage there on 3rd down, as that was not an easy one to hold on to. On is the punter, Johnston now, as he sends this one away. That'll be a 41-yard punt, just 1 yard on the return. The situation for him offensively as follows. Down by 8, 2:21 the time left. Now their losing streak in danger of continuing as they come up on 1st down. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Looking for Pickens. He's got him on the out route. And he'll be out of bounds across the 30-yard line. They come up now on 2nd and 2.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2.
Here's a handoff to Swift. And he's stopped after a gain of 1. Not enough. Still a yard to go on 3rd down. 4th quarter, down to the final 2 minutes. And we've got a one-score game. So it's our home team here in possession of the football as we come back. They face a critical 3rd down now, needing a score here in the late going. Tua, they'll try and run here with Swift. And Swift is not going to get there as they stop him short of the yellow line.
Partner, you get about 20 coaches on your payroll, but there's 60,000 of them in the stands. I don't think any of them like that play.
And the later we go, it's starting to sound like 100,000 in here. Here we go. This is 4th down. Here's Tua. Connecting with Johnson. And now this is going to depend on the spot. And they say he's just short. They had to go for it with such little time remaining. And the ball will go over on downs on the short side of the field. Well, their first 4th down attempt earlier was successful. This one backfires for a turnover on downs.
I like their aggressiveness. I like what they're doing. They got it the first time they went for it. Why not a second time? I don't think they'll be daunted from attempting it again. If you're on the defensive side of the ball, though, any 4th down stop is a big momentum play.
And he is met at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down right there. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll talk things over prior to this upcoming 2nd down play. He's going to get it again, just looking to get forward and protect the ball. Now a 2nd timeout called for by the defense as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. Got to get to the 26 for a first. This is 3rd down. They run again with Hunt. And he is going to have a first down here, and that should be the one that seals a victory. Victory very much in sight now as they'll take a knee. Down to a knee goes Young, and that should be the final act in this one. And that knee will do it. So they snap the losing streak. Always a good feeling.
Yeah, I don't know if this one right here when they're taking a knee is as much exultation as exhalation, right? They just breathe a sigh of relief. Finally got a win, needed one desperately.
So this crowd will not go home happy. It's a victory for our visitors, and I think the game balls need to be distributed on the defensive side of the football, and I bet that you would agree.
Yeah, if you hold a team under 10 points, that's a job well done, really well done. So I would say game balls for every starter and every key player who participated in this game.
Now, see, I only like one game ball. You're handing out multiple. Although I set you up by saying game balls plural, but I
like where we're going with this. Though you say one to represent, like the best player of all of that, and I say multiples so that you keep everyone motivated and involved.
You're a man of the people.
I'm a man of the people. I thought I was the only child.
You get a game ball, and you get a game ball. Game balls for everybody. So for Canton, the win gets them back to 500 at 6-6 on the year. And they'll get another road date next week. Meanwhile, for Vancouver, they lose their 9th game on the year. And they'll get the extra week to think about this one as they return to action in 2 weeks' time.